The House will come to order. Announcements by the Speaker.
Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announces the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on Senate File number 3567. Pryor, Hill, and Bennett. Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announces the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on Senate File number 3852. Nelson M., Berg, and Myers. Thank you.
The first bill on the calendar for the day is House File 3508. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 3508, an act relating to state lands, modifying fee provisions for certain state land transfers, the second engrossment.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House File 3508 is our annual lands bill. I want to thank the members who provided some of these sections that we have included in the bill. For those of you who remember last year, we always ask if members have provisions for land that needs to be exchanged, riparian land, so we have the public sale of land. This actually provides money to the land acquisition account, so I would ask for your support.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Bliss moves to amend House File number 3508, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A4.
To the author of the amendment, the member from Beltrami, Representative Bliss.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure we're all aware of the recent land transfers bills introduced. These bills were not well thought out and have caused immeasurable harm in the district I represent. These bills are particularly concerning to me because they sought little or no input from local stakeholders prior to this legislation being introduced. It was just dropped and let things fall where they may. These bills are significant legislation that deserves our attention and honest deliberations. They are not to be taken lightly. Recently, I talked to a constituent. She was in tears. She and her husband had built their dream retirement home 20 years ago. They shared many happy memories in this home. Many nights just enjoying the scenic northern Minnesota nights. Many memories with their grandchildren playing in the yard. Unfortunately, somewhere around 2 years ago, her husband passed away. Her home and the memories associated with it is all she has left of him. She has been dealing with severe anxiety, insomnia, to the point of causing health problems. We've had homes that were for sale with contracts on the tables, and the offers were rescinded the moment these bills were introduced. Property values tanked overnight. Community relations were severely damaged. All trust is out the window. My very simple amendment will require a 3/5 supermajority in both chambers when we're transferring state-owned land. Bills regarding state-owned land are significant, and rushing through these without consulting stakeholders only causes stress and distrust. This amendment would not prohibit land sales. It would require more outreach and buy-in from all stakeholders, the local owners, the local governments, local communities, and require bipartisan support. When we as a state move to eliminate state parks, state forests, and just transfer state-owned lands, we need to move in a more deliberate manner. Just as we do when we encumber the state in debt with bonding, for example. We should be taking the same care when it comes to the transfer of public lands. We could not just lob a grenade in a district 3 to 5 hours away and walk away as the community is in turmoil. But because I know this amendment is not ready for prime time, and I know how the vote will turn out, I'm withdrawing this amendment today while I work with stakeholders to come up with a solution that'll work for everybody. Thank you.
Representative Bliss withdraws his amendment. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File number 3508.
Third reading. Representative Hansen.
Thank you for your work on the annual lands bill. I'd ask for your support.
Discussion. Representative from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair Hansen. I appreciate that this bill contains a provision that deals with an easement right-of-way that was first brought to my attention by my constituents more than a year ago, and I really am grateful for the work the DNR has done on this. I think it's really a common sense solution so that people can cross their own property without having to pay $2,000 to the DNR. And I really am grateful that it's included in the bill and that this issue was something that we were able to resolve with the agency. So thank you very much.
Further discussion to the bill. To the member from Lyons, Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. You know, in this lands bill, Representative Hansen is kind of the final gasp of a state park in my district. The Upper Sioux State Park is being deleted. It's being taken off the roster from our portfolio of state parks across this state. And I wanted to thank Representative Bliss for his amendment because of the big issues that have divided a community in my district because of a land transfer. 1,300-acre state park with no real vision of how to replace it. Feelings are hurt. Folks are wounded, and a lot of it was because of a lack of communication. We understand that there's a bill processes here in St. Paul, but when there's been zero engagement, real legitimate engagement in the district, when bills like this are frothing around here in St. Paul, and folks that are looking for opportunities when it comes to their state park and their community, and folks here in St. Paul decide that they know better. And it's unfortunate. You know, I think the brakes were put on a larger transfer in northern Minnesota, which, you know, I think because they didn't have the votes. But there's communities that have been affected by this. And, you know, I think to bring people together in community also needs to bring people together, not divide. And we have a divided community, the community of Granite Falls, of Lyon County, of surrounding counties. There's a question of trust when it comes to the legislators here and the legislation and the governor here in St. Paul. And we all understand things happened a long time ago. But we need to deal with issues here today. And if the state of Minnesota is going to be making moves and parlaying one group of people to divide people, I think is dangerous. Governor Walz talked a lot about creating a one Minnesota. And it appears over and over again that one Minnesota is one party Minnesota. I would urge the majority to be looking very carefully at its decisions. Not from any point from a retaliatory standpoint, but really, what is the tone that we're setting? Is it outstate versus rural? Is it we've got the votes and you don't? Is it can we get people around a table and come up with something that most folks can agree to, not just 50% plus one. We've seen a lot of that in last session, and we're coming down to the last few weeks of session. We've got a few bucks to spend. You know, we've kind of dusted out the couch, and the last little bits are being spent. And policies and leftover things that couldn't quite make it across the finish line are on the docket here in the next few weeks. But we can do better, members. We can engage our communities. We can ask the tough questions before the decisions are made. and have a discussion. Representative Bliss, I do thank you for that amendment. I think it was thoughtful. Was it the right? I don't know. But at least what it does is get a group of people larger than ourselves to talk about it. We often think as legislators that, you know, we go home, we go to the coffee shop, and everyone is staring at us because they're wondering why we voted this way, or why we voted that way, or why we did this, or why we did that. And we kind of get in this culture in St. Paul where we forget that the most important voices are the ones at home. And sometimes the most important voices aren't necessarily the ones in our district. Sometimes those voices are important outside of our district. And sometimes those voices are important outside of the 494, 694 loop. And I get it. It's kind of a free pass to say, you know what? We don't represent those areas out in rural Minnesota. It's no skin off our backs. We'll make them pay, and we'll get the hay. Slow down. Take a step back. Let's create one Minnesota. Let's stop dividing people. Let's mature, and let's do good. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, to the author of the bill, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, the annual lands bill, as we've done in the past, brings a variety of proposals forward. I would note that there are actually 2 state parks in the repealer. One is the Hill Annex Mine State Park as well. So there's a variety of things that have come forward, and they are included in this bill, which was presented and moved through the process and is here being debated again now. So I would ask for your support and a yes vote.
The clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. Will the clerk call the name of the member voting remotely?
Keeler.
Keeler votes aye.
Keeler votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 76 yeas and 55 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day, Senate File 2904. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 2904, number 2 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to state government, modify environment and natural resource laws, the unofficial engrossment.
To the author, the member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, Senate File 2904 is a mid-session policy bill with a variety of provisions of environmental policy that we thought we could find fairly common agreement on. It does include a variety of technical corrections for the Board of Water and Soil Resources. Those were worked with the Minnesota Association of Soil and Water Conservation Districts and the watershed districts. It has the first in the nation updating and modernizing of rough fish and changing the definitions of rough fish into native rough fish, showing that we have a value in those fish that have been here before for many, many eons and often had been considered junk fish or trash fish, and they all have value. They are valuable fish in our ecosystem. It has a provision on native prairies that we heard from Representative Ream earlier. It has, Representative Norris has a bill updating the Budget Oversight Committee. That is included. A Minnesota Pollution Control Agency bill for outreach with manure management. And then it has the statutory language for the electronic licensing. We heard Representative Greenman's bill for kind of the interim to use your phone. This will set up the system for electronic licensing. So with that, I would ask for your support for the bill.
There are amendments at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hansen moves to amend Senate File Number 2904, the unofficial engrossment. The amendment is coded A4.
To the author of the amendment, the member from Crow Wing, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the A3, thank you. The A4 members, try again. The A4 clarifies which waters Bowser has rulemaking authority for. My amendment specifically addresses what wetland replacement and public waters work permits apply to. Trout streams and natural and altered water courses with a total drainage area together approximately 2 square miles. I did reach out to Bowser on how to address my concerns on this rulemaking process, but I'm not convinced that it narrows the scope enough. However, it appears to be a little better than the original language. Thank you.
Discussion on the amendment. Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We would accept the A4 amendment.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Oh, there was one that withdrew. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hansen moves to amend Senate File Number 2904, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A5.
The member from Crow Wing, Representative Hansen.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Even though we have achieved nearly 98% compliance on buffer bill language passed a number of years ago, here comes the heavy hand of government once again in this bill. My amendment, the A5, deletes authority for Bowser to revoke local jurisdiction of the buffer law and keeps local people working with their landowners rather than some bureaucrat at an agency in St. Paul. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment. To the member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Yeah, Madam Speaker. Will the author of the bill yield to a question?
He will yield to a question.
Okay,
Representative Backer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would, if the author of the bill, there seems to be some confusion, if you could help me out there, Chair Hansen. The meaning in this new provision with jurisdiction, can you help clarify that? Madam Speaker, thank you.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Backer, do you have the page line number, just so I'm clear on what you're asking?
Representative Backer.
Yes, Madam Speaker, we are looking at line 6814, line 6814, where it says with jurisdiction, means of a board determination that the county or watershed district has adopted and is implementing a rule. My concern there is it's just a little confusing. If you could, with jurisdiction, in that sense on line 6814, carried through line 6819, because that's where this is being changed. Can you clarify with jurisdiction, please? Thank you.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Backer. So, as you know, the jurisdiction with a county and a watershed district, they have the authority as a drainage authority. It can be a drainage authority, a county or a watershed district, and they also provide for the regulatory oversight. If you look on 68.15, prior to the existing language, it says that they can adopt a rule, ordinance, or official controls. We're now 9 years past the passage of the law. So what the added language is doing is is implementing. So, you know, there's a fairness question here of having local jurisdictions, and there may be landowners in differing jurisdictions, but the implementation is different. So you want to make sure that it's not just having the ordinance, the determination for that, but that they are implementing that jurisdiction. Does that make sense, Representative Backer?
Representative Backer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So let me ask you this question, Chair Hansen. When this was set up in 2015, this was one of the first bills that we got thrown in a lot for myself at that time. We're talking about local control. With jurisdiction and with the changes on 68.17, 6818, and 6819, what happens is, and correct me if I'm wrong, what happens is we remove that local control and we put in the hands of a central bureaucracy, Bowser in this situation. Am I understanding that correct?
Representative Backer, are you asking Representative Hansen to yield?
I am. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will Chair Hansen yield, please?
Yes, you will. Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So when you look at 68.17, 68.18, 61.9, that provides a method for that revocation of the determination. And why is that? Again, as I mentioned in the earlier colloquy, that there may be a local entity that is not doing implementation. They may have something on the books. So this actually provides a procedure for the Board of Water and Soil Resources to make sure that there's a process if they are revoking that authority. So you are correct. This would provide if there's, for example, nonfeasance, that you have the rule, but you are not implementing it, that they would provide that cover of responsibility so that it's treated fairly across local jurisdictions, and that the Board of Water and Soil Resources has that here.
Representative Backer.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair Hansen. And that is exactly why individuals in Greater Minnesota is so concerned about this, because what we heard, and I appreciate your answer there, Chair Hansen. What we heard, folks, is if the agency does not like what they're doing, for example, in my neck of the woods, in my area, we use no-till a lot as the means for buffer, because for those of you who aren't familiar with no-till, you have the roots that holds the soil a lot better when you're flat and you can see your stray dog 3 miles away walking, because that's where I live. I live on an area you can literally see a stray dog 3-4 miles away because we're so flat. So there are times that no-till makes more sense than a grass buffer. And that's what's so concerning about this heavy-handedness. If we have a bureaucrat at Bowser who says you have to use grass, for your buffer instead of local control. We fought really hard in 2015 to have that local control, because what's in Representative Torkelson's district or Representative Heinzman's district is completely different than what is in the district I represent, which starts the Red River Valley and goes all the way up to Canada there. So that's my concern, Chair Hansen and members, is we are bringing the authority. We already have 98.5%, but this could be interpreted as if the Bowser does not like what they're doing, that the local soil water conservation district will be forced to follow their way. So what happens is that local watershed district becomes the bad cop, even though they have worked over the last 10 years to help change that, to get the landowners into compliance. And there could be a long discussion about that. And that's really what the challenge is you have a top-down approach instead of what's been working. So it doesn't make sense why we're giving a state agency who does not understand, who don't have the relationship with the landowners, that heavy-handedness. So members, I like Representative Heinzman's amendment. It makes sense. Folks, if you have 98.5%, who would not be in Las Vegas with those type of odds? Those are phenomenal odds. People have worked over the 10 years. If anybody was in a district like my district, this was very challenging for the landowners. There was no compensation. It's no different than building a road and saying, we're going to build a highway in the metro area, or let's say some tracks for a choo-choo train, okay, heading south. You guys, we would have to compensate for that land. I had constituents who worked with it. We had soil and water, our conservation district worked with them to find the best way to do it, because that's what the law allowed. Now that won't happen, because if Bowser doesn't like it, folks, boom, you got to change the land and or change what you're doing to prevent the erosion. Please understand, my constituents does not want land to be washed away in Lake Traverse or Big Stone Lake or up the Red River Valley. That means they're losing money. That's not a good business. So Representative Heinzman, thank you for this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further discussion. The member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, much has been said already. Representative Backer, you're spot on, and Representative Heinzman, thank you for the amendment. You know, 2015, as Representative Hansen mentioned, 9 years ago, and it was, when the bill was passed, there was a lot of consternation about this. The entire buffer thing, it really made the importance of public waters come up to the top. Again, the compensation issue. And our local SWCDs did a very good job of working with landowners, and to have the compliance that we have today is pretty exemplary. And we heard discussion that this may be coming with Bowser trying to take over the implementation of these last few cases. And here it is today. We have it on the floor today. And again, in the interest of maintaining local control and letting the local offices work with the farmers to get these last few done, again, I would strongly encourage support for the Heinzman amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would oppose the Heinzman amendment. As has been mentioned, 9 years of implementation, and it's not fair to the 95+% who have come into compliance. It's not fair to them when the others don't. So I would ask you to defeat the Heinzman amendment.
Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I will just finish this discussion by asking for a roll call. Thank you.
Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Will the clerk call the member who is voting remotely?
Keeler.
Keeler votes no.
Keeler votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 yeas and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File Number 2904.
Third reading. Discussion. Representative Hansen.
Madam Speaker, I would defer to the questions that I think are coming.
To the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the author yield to a question?
The author will yield for a question.
I got to lean
Representative Nash.
I got to lean. There he is. Chair Hansen, a couple questions for you, and you and I had sort of talked about this before. I'm very curious about the hunting app. As a hunter and somebody who has purchased a license for forever, I had some questions about it. Can you tell me a little bit about the company that you're using or that will be used to do this, since it's not you, but the state will be using for this? Where the data is being stored, how copies of the data will be handled, some of those things along those lines, and I will have other questions.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Nash. We have had an outside vendor since 1999 providing the licensing for hunting and fishing licenses. This will be a different vendor. But the statutory requirements for data management, data practices, all that remain the same. It is the DNR's data will be stored by the DNR. It's under all of the existing data practices requirements. This vendor has done the similar service for Michigan, Arkansas, and Ohio. So we are not the test run on this. They've done it before, and I'm confident that we have those data practices protections. As you know, we've had issues in the past, and on a bipartisan basis, you know, we've strengthened those data practices to protect that data. Just, Madam Speaker, you know, having been here a while, when I first was elected, members could access hunting and fishing licenses and use that for campaign purposes. We stopped that. And we stopped that. We stopped and to make sure that we were protecting Social Security numbers and protecting driver's license numbers. So I think we've got pretty good belts and suspenders, be they orange or camouflage, to make sure that this is protected.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Hansen. Because as members, as we know, I've said this before, we never forget a bad implementation or launch. So I'm grateful. I've used the Michigan when I go hunting in Michigan. One other question for the licensing part, Chair Hansen, is obviously there will be a loss of revenue for some people who sell the durable paper licenses, and I'm thinking particularly for those like a local hardware store or maybe up and around the resort range. That's going to create a fairly sizable loss for them. Have you thought about increasing what they would normally get? I think they get paid $1 right now. Have you thought about offsetting that by increasing what they will continue to be able to sell for those that choose to do the paper license?
Representative Nash, are you asking? Representative Hansen will yield for the question. Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Nash. I have not thought about that.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'm an ideas guy, Chair Hansen, as you know. I think that's going to be measurable, particularly for people who are up in the resort range. I know that friends of mine who had a hardware store that use that, they don't make a lot, but sometimes it offsets things that they do for their employees. It might actually create a little bit of the salary for the person who might be doing that. So I do think, I'm going to move this way a little bit so we can, since we're not the Senate, thank God for that. But I think there's an argument to be made for finding a way to offset some of that lost revenue for those folks who do this at a bait shop, or for those that do that at gas stations. I got you there, Representative Joy. or for people who do it at resorts. So if you would, please do think about that moving forward. One of the things that I noticed, and Chair Hansen, you and I have probably spent equal amount of time in the deer woods, and you know that sometimes you don't have access to a good, strong cell signal. So one of the questions that I have, and this may be deep in the weeds and might be referred to the vendor, but is there a local copy of my license that's going to be saved on my phone so that I could pull it up as an image? Have we made sure that those are in the requisites that we're giving to the vendor to make sure, if he would yield, I would appreciate an answer to that, Madam Chair, because if you don't have cell coverage, and that's the best part of the state sometimes to go hunting, is the place that has no cell coverage. And I think that would be a really good thing to consider, to give to them as a requirement, to say, hey, think about the fact that in some of the best hunting places in the state, there is no cell coverage reliably, and yet a game warden may come and find you and want to see a copy of your license, if he would yield. Representative
Hansen will yield. Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and that may be a endorsement for Representative Greenman's bill, because what I would do is just take a screenshot of the photo on the app, and that would be accessible there. That would be just off the top of my head what I would think I would do, is to make sure I've got that copy in my phone, in my photo section. So,
Representative Nash.
And last question, if he would yield, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker. Oh, I never do that, Madam Speaker. And maybe this is for staff or somebody in the department, but I'm very concerned also about where this data is being stored, whether it's on a state of Minnesota minute server, I'll move this way, or if it's going to be in the cloud. Because as I passed a bill a couple years ago that created the cloud first, I want to make sure that we're looking at a cloud source provision so that if in the event of something bad happening to a server, it would immediately fail over to another server that's striped somewhere around the world, if he would yield.
Representative Hansen will yield. Representative Hansen.
thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nash, I'd be happy to work with you and the department to answer those technical questions.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Crow Wing, Representative Heinzman. The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I had just a couple of questions for the bill's author, if he would yield.
He will yield. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Hansen, I wasn't sure on one of the questions that Representative Nash asked about having the photo of the license on your phone. If a game warden stops you and that's all that you can show them, will that suffice? Or will he be ticketed if he can't show his actual license?
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If Representative Greenman's bill becomes law and there's the photo of the license, a screenshot of that license, that would suffice, because they're able to read the number on the DNR license, the number that you have, and then the number for the license would be readable if you have a screenshot of the license. So sounds like I see Representative Greenman's on the floor. It's another endorsement for what we passed last week, and I believe the Senate is taking up next week.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Hansen, I do have a question. So I don't know, I don't sit on the environment committees. I kind of wish this bill would have come to the Judiciary and Civil Law so we could kind of parse it out. I know you said it's just a continuation of what the DNR does now, but digitally. But anytime that happens, something is digitized, that gives me concern. So help me understand how this works. So a game warden is out there. They want to verify Jim Nash's hunting or fishing license. Do they have a scanner that they go up and they scan his digitized license? How does that work? If you could yield and answer that question.
He will yield. Representative Hansen.
Madam Speaker and Representative Scott, my understanding is that will be part of the system in the future, that they would be able to scan that.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that, Representative Hansen. If he would yield to another question.
He will yield.
Thank you. Representative Hansen, will that scanner also pick up a geolocation? So it'll pick up that Representative Nash is in Crow Wing County and give the coordinates to that? Will that be also recorded?
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Scott, I do not know the answer to that right now. I do know that when we've been doing some of the CWD recording and reporting that you'd actually be able to geolocate yourself where you're at. So I think with the technology there, it'll be there, but I can't answer definitively to you on that particular question at this moment.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Hansen. Again, I wish this would have come to our committee so that we could have asked these really important questions. So my concern, of course, is that, you know, nobody's going to have a secret fishing hole anymore if the DNR is you know, geolocating and running a license everywhere a particular person goes. And furthermore, that may make a lot of people really uncomfortable that the DNR knows everywhere that they've gone by checking their license and scanning the license. And would Representative Hansen yield to another question?
He will yield. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so, you know, DNR conservation officers are considered, I'm assuming they're considered law enforcement. So what are the parameters on this bill as far as sharing the data that is obtained through this app, especially the location and that sort of thing when a DNR officer, you know, scans a license? What are the parameters for sharing that data with other law enforcement, including federal?
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's my understanding it's the same as current law.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Hansen, thank you for answering these questions. I am very interested in some of the answers that you didn't know, especially the geolocation. And so I'm assuming someone from the DNR is listening, and if so, if they could get to me with some answers, that would be really helpful. Thank you for the line of questioning.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the author yield?
The author will yield. Representative Quam.
What is current law? That was your response to the previous question. I just would like the people watching to understand.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There is nothing in the bill that changes any of the requirements relating to data practices. I would defer to either the Judiciary Chair if she would like to answer that particular question.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, frankly, if we're going to do something that would have a change, we ought to know the ramifications across all the aspects. So I understand the reference, but a lot of people watching and interacting and interested in fishing, hunting, etc., might not have been listening to the other committees and know the current law. So that would have been nice. What also would have been nice is, do we really want people to be able to hunt us down because we've got an app that can find out where we're at? And, you know, I think that's somewhat concerning. In fact, when you load it, there should be listed, these are the things that happen when you load and use this. That disclaimer should be made. It's convenient, but we often talk about the apps we load for business and pleasure and etc., hobbies and etc., that we have to be cautious about some of the aspects of those apps. So if we're going to implement something, we should know what that's going to be like before we implement it, instead of we'll find that out once we do it. So that's some of the ill at ease that I have on this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Travers, Representative Backer.
Madam Speaker, will the author yield to a few questions?
He will yield. Representative Backer.
Okay, Chair, my first question goes to line 43.2. And my question for that on line 43.2, Chair Hansen, is how I read that language, it means that any addition to the drainage manual will have the same effect as statute 103.e, therefore bypassing this body and the other body across the other body in the Capitol. That is how I understand it when I read that. If you could have clarification. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, the 43.2 is the fish packer provision. Are you talking about 43.20? Okay. And the drainage stakeholder coordination, so that's Article 3, and we're amending the drainage work shall, the drainage stakeholder coordination, the Board of Water and Resources will work with stakeholders and updating the drainage law and the Minnesota Public Drainage Manual as well. So for the purpose of this subdivision, the Public Drainage Manual is a publication that is prepared and adopted by the board and includes explanations, procedures, and guidance consistent with and supplementing the provisions of Chapter 103E. That's your question? That's fairly straightforward.
Representative Backer. And members, when you ask questions, be specific about what you're asking for clarification and just not a general clarification and language that is plain in front of us. So Representative Backer.
Yeah, thank you. And that's exactly the concern that is, if I read this correctly, the language means that any addition to that drainage manual by the board, Bowser, therefore, they can make changes without going through this body and this body in the Senate. So that's why I bring that up, because again, it takes away local control. It takes away that local control back in our districts. On this bill here, my next question I have for Chair Hansen, if Chair Hansen, you would yield, please.
He will yield for a question. Representative Backer.
Okay, I am on 88.14, so we can reference that, please, 88.14. And 88.15. It talks about provisions that protect or migrate impacts to public values of water courses that are not public waters. My question would be is, could you define, Mr. Chair, if you would yield to the question, what is a water course? If you could yield to that question, please.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Backer. This is the provision that we just amended with the Hansen amendment. So it provided that clarity of intermittent perennial water courses upstream with public waters. So you would have intermittent streams, perennial water courses are those consistent and flowing. So there's two types. Those are those water courses that go dry, those are intermittent streams, and then there are those perennial water courses upstream of public water course. That's as we just adopted the amendment from Representative Hansen.
Representative Backer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Chair. Couple things about this bill that concerns me. I already talked about the great concern with the buffer. Also, if we look under 67.21 and 67.2, I find it interesting that we are moving that date, which is expired on July 31st of 2024 to July of 29. I understand that no watershed authority has used that pilot at all. even the few counties that insisted on using that 5 years ago has not used it. And the concern that we have about this, that I have heard, is this concept that is under section 6721 and 6722 is really the exact opposite of the traditional viewing process that has been used over the last 100 years. And so even though no one has used it, we're extending this for another 5 years. And it's one of those provisions, folks, that's just not used. Why are we extending something that has not been used? Of course, the buffer is a big concern. Even though Chair Hansen said there's only some changes to it, out in west central Minnesota, it can have significant impact. With the biggest, what we're doing is we're bringing local control, taking local control away from our soil water conservation districts and moving it to St. Paul. And St. Paul does not have a good tradition of knowing how to take care of things. So I would ask to vote against this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The member from Clay, Representative Joy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And will the author yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Joy.
So currently today, when I sell hunting and fishing licenses through my gas station, which, you know, many people stop on their way from Fargo-Moorhead to Detroit Lakes and buy hunting and fishing license from me. It's actually one of the businesses I really look forward to because we sell tackle and everything. With this new electronic license systems going in place, I feel you're taking tools out of our toolbox as retailers. You know, you're telling us that it's going to go online. So one of my questions, I guess, for the bill author over there is, right now, if a husband comes in during fishing opener and it's too cold so the wife doesn't go with, and he wants to buy combination fishing license for his family, when I sell that license, I have to now, starting last year, because of the state of Minnesota and the DNR, I have to issue him a ticket for his wife to bring in because I need to validate her driver's license and scan it in order to get her license. So my question is going to be, how will this operate that way to verify the person's in the house or next to the spouse in the car? Or how are we going to verify this in this new ELS system?
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Joy. Similar to, let's back up for a moment. The world is changing, and we've moved away from paper a while ago. If we talk to our children or our grandchildren, they would much rather be purchasing on this. Maybe some of us here would rather be doing that as well. So this is going to continue to change, and people are going to be buying things. And we're able to do this with e-commerce. We're able to do that. We have, each of us, a Minnesota DNR number if we've bought a fishing license or a hunting license before. We also often have driver's licenses or an ID number. So there are ways to validate that and getting that license. This discussion has occurred almost with every business and with every range of government in terms of how do we get things. And that validation is going to be there. So if you're stopped and you have that and you are not who you say you are, that's a different situation. But you're attesting that you are who you are when you're buying that, just like you're attesting that it's your credit card when you are making that purchase. The world is changing, it's going to continue to change, and more people are going to want to do it, making sure that they're buying their license here than having to stop at a site and save that time.
Representative Joy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That was a real long, roundabout question. I guess my question was more focused is with, when the husband's standing in my store and I can see him in person and I verify and I print out his hunting license, we get a slip for his wife. He cannot purchase that, even he has her social security number, her driver's license, or everything to verify that's his wife, unless she is standing physically in my station. So I don't know how this, just by having somebody's ID number or somebody's social security number or some DNR number, will verify it. How are we going to get to that? That's my question, if he will yield for that question.
He will yield for the question. Representative Hansen.
I would refer to my previous answer. I mean, it's kind of the way we are in 2024. You're able to validate, you are signing in, you're logging in, just like when you're buying something or buying something else.
Representative Joy.
I guess that's not really the answer I was looking for, so we're looking more at straw purchasing is what I'll call this, because we're not having verification here. That's how I look at this. The state has changed this so that I verify that people are buying hunting and fishing licenses combination for the husband and the wife and making sure that we're verifying it. That's just what we do in Minnesota, is we verify to make sure it's the person. But apparently, I guess we're moving to online, and it's easier to verify somehow we're doing this. What I'm hoping is when we continue with this is, are we going to save money in the state of Minnesota because we're having less of these license machines? Because my station makes a very, very good amount of money on selling licenses and coming with bags of jerky or different things with this. You know, I mean, when people stop from North Dakota and they're coming into our area, they probably bought gas in North Dakota because it's cheaper over there with the road tax and everything. But they're stopping at my station to pick up their Minnesota fishing license, which can be $158 or they're expensive. But they're coming to us as they're heading to their lake cabin. On their way, they're stopping to pick up groceries and everything with us. It's gonna financially hurt me when we go to this. But I also think the checks and balances we put in place are gonna go away. We'll be buying licenses for whoever we want. So when we're deer hunting, we'll be buying deer licenses for our wife when she's not there because we shot an extra deer. How will this work? Is there gonna be an hour rule? I don't know how we're gonna verify this. This is how the state of Minnesota is gonna, I guess, go down this new technology as we're being told. I think this needs to be changed. I think this is bad. It's gonna hurt small businesses. Thank you.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. And Representative Hansen, I would agree, I think we'd all agree that, yeah, the world is changing. This is 2024. But not everybody is changing along with it. We have a lot of older folks that we owe the ability to let them hunt and fish. And if they like an old paper fishing license, I think we need to make sure that they can still get it that way. An example, my brother is an avid hunter and fisherman, and he has a cell phone, but it's an old flip phone. There's no way he can't take pictures with it. He can't upload anything. You know, it just wouldn't work for somebody like him, and I think a lot of people as well. And good questions raised about the impact this is going to have on our local gas stations and bait shops. You know, for years, local bait shop has been the face of the DNR. You stop in and get a license and say, hey, I'm going to be hunting right out here. What zone is that in? And the bait shop guy will tell you, you're in 471 or whatever. So it's a service. And at least for fishing licenses, they get a whole $1. They get $1 for issuing that license. And we used to say that if you have a good idea and $1, you could buy a cup of coffee. But that ain't the way it is today. And $1 service fee for a fishing license or whatever, maybe that should be looked at as well if we look at this whole issue. I have a guy that contacted me. He's on the border out in Ortonville. And again, talking about the $1 fee for issuing a license. In a neighboring South Dakota, he said the fee is $4 that they get out there for issuing that license. So as we move ahead into this electronic age in 2024, let's not forget where we were. Let's not forget the folks that still like the old paper copy and don't have the ability to buy and get these things online. And let's go cautious as we move ahead with these licensing provisions with the Minnesota hunting and fishing.
Any further discussion? Further discussion? To the member from Crow Wing, Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm ready to give my comments on the bill now. Members, most of this bill is, I think, arguably a technical snoozer of sorts. There's a lot here that is very much in the weeds, affecting Bowser and affecting watershed districts and a lot of other small changes to state statute, and there's an amount of it that arguably is overdue. Some of the other provisions we've been discussing over the last few minutes are a little bit more concerning or a little more interesting. Some of the Game and Fish Oversight Committee modifications, feral hog definition changes, the rough fish designation. But most are probably not, at least those in the public who may be trying to sort through the discussion, sort through the debate, are probably not really tracking the problematic sections unless you're really looking for them. They're easy to miss. And I suppose that's a positive and a negative. In a previous life, I was a watershed district manager, so those are some things that popped off the page for me, things that I was interested in to see what the potential impact might be to watershed districts. And quite honestly, Representative Hansen, I had a lot of questions prepared, but I think that I'll save those for another day. I think most of what's going on here is going to be relatively neutral in its effect. I want to thank the majority for allowing the A4 to go on. I think that amendment will at least help some of those that had concerns on some of the new rulemaking process. We're not there yet. I hope that that provision goes away entirely for Bowser. There's just so many questions that we have and how that may impact here in Minnesota, so I hope that there's an opportunity there. I think on just conclusion, I'll point out, and this is kind of going back to the discussion around the A4, I still remain unconvinced. I feel like the background there for people, if they want to do a little Googling on their own, and it might have come out in a more robust discussion, would be a reference to a Supreme Court case. And that case was Sackett versus EPA. There was a piece of ground that had been deemed by local folks to not be buildable, that it was in a wetland when clearly it was not, at least in the opinion of the Supreme Court. And that's affecting this discussion here today on the floor. It's affecting the rulemaking process that Bowser is wanting to proceed and continue towards. Thankfully, in that particular case, I believe the United States Supreme Court sided with local landowners, with those are advocating for property rights. I doubt passing the provisions in Section 83 of this bill are the answer, and it's for that reason that I will be voting no on the bill today. Like I've said a couple of times, I do hope that potentially that's a section that could be addressed. The other section I wanted to quickly mention is a section that potentially may impact specifically watershed districts and how they remove members from their boards. And there is a couple of, I think, very good key pieces in that language identifying malfeasance and other obvious reasons for somebody to be removed from a board. But I hope that that language actually accomplishes the goal that I think people have in mind. I hope that it doesn't become a tool to remove those with a dissenting opinion. That is something that we're always trying to be mindful of here, that those with a different opinion are protected and not targeted by the language that is being potentially passed into law. Madam Speaker, I'm going to leave it there, but I hope that members would join me in opposing this bill. I think that we have an opportunity to do some better work before the end of session.
To the author of the bill, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Heinzman, just to the last point, I want to make sure as the author of the bill to provide my intent that the watershed district on the removal is relating to nonfeasance, misfeasance, and malfeasance rather than dissent. That I think it's a great power to be able to remove someone who has been appointed to a position, and it should be for the nonfeasance, misfeasance, malfeasance. That is my intent. I would hope you would reconsider and support the bill. It is a good bill. As I mentioned in the introduction, the native fish, the rough fish, is really long overdue, 100 years that we have been classifying things as junk or trash that are living beings that are part of our ecosystem. So for that reason alone, I would encourage a yes vote. The licensing provision, it is 2024. People are asking for these changes. They want the update. They want to be able to move in the 21st century. The provisions on native prairies we didn't talk much about, but they're very helpful. Modernizing and streamlining the Budget Oversight Committee, very helpful. The Bowser provisions, although they may be a little bit dry, I guess, for the Board of Water and Soil Resources, they are important. And that's why the Association of Soil and Water Conservation Districts and the watershed districts worked with those to try to update those provisions. It's not that exciting, but it is very important. And so I would ask for a yes vote for the bill.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Will the clerk call the name of the member voting remotely?
Keeler.
Keeler votes aye.
Keeler votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 72 yeas and 58 nays, the bill is passed as amended and it's titled agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 4399. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 4399, number 3 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to human services, the second engrossment.
Representative Fischer, before you explain your bill, do you want to put the House language into your bill?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'd like to move the House language to be our base bill.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Fischer moves to amend Senate File number 4399, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded DEA 4392.
Representative Fischer to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is just to get the bill into the language that we've worked so hard on in a bipartisan way here in the House so that we can deal with some really great language. Thank you.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment. Members, we'll be voting on the amendment. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. And the motion is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Fischer moves to amend Senate File 4399, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A5.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A5 amendment reflects some continued work by the Department of Human Services and others to address adjusting designated coordinating experiences, requirements, and some TA from the department. They've been working with the providers on this. This is the current language that they've come up with. It will still require a little bit more work.
Discussion to the amendment. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed, signify by saying nay. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Backer moves to amend Senate File number 4399, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A1.
To the member from Candy, Ojai, Representative Backer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That was Representative Baker, not Backer, for the record.
Representative
Thank you.
Baker.
No, you were good. That's all good. Have to give our chief clerk a little gruff on that one sometime. Thank you. It's never happened before. Thank you. So, members, I present to you the A1 amendment to House File 4399. This was, again, a lot of work with our folks in the recovery community that really are finding pathways to keep our sober homes safer. The association that we were working a lot with is called MASH, the Minnesota Association of Sober Homes. It is a kind of a unofficial group out there that is a membership base. They work with a lot of sober homes out there, and there's a lot of differences in sober homes in Minnesota. What this amendment does do, members, is allow sober homes a little bit more time to allow medically assisted therapies to come into those homes, because it's not right for everybody to have that in that environment of this really delicate area of transitioning from a treatment center, for example, into a sober home. I want to thank Representative Frederick for really working with this. This was his bill initially. I signed on to the bill early on. We really did run into some heartburn with some of our sober home owners and things, and so we did a lot of conversations with this. So thank you, Representative Frederick, for your work on this, for allowing me to kind of champion this through. So this amendment, I hope, will be taken as a friendly to allow a little bit more time for the sober homes to transition to allowing things like Suboxone, methadone, Vivitrol to be used in homes that are currently really trying to use the abstinent rule in their home. In 2 years, however, we're going to allow sober homes a little bit more time to let other types of medicines that are appropriately prescribed to folks in recovery, like Adderall, other items like that have been misused in folks in this community. So again, it's a good amendment. I think it's finding peace in the valley for our hopes and our dreams for people that are in this transition period with sober homes. I want to thank, again, the authors for this, and hope we can get a green vote on this one from everybody. So just a voice vote, Madam Speaker, but appreciate the support. Thank you.
Discussion to the Baker Amendment. Representative Frederick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank Representative Baker for bringing this amendment forward. This is a good amendment. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes for this. This is an example of a bipartisan effort working with stakeholders across Minnesota of what we can do better for people in recovery. What we know from a national level is that medication assistance in people's recovery dramatically benefits their chances of success. And the second piece of this is it addresses medication for what's called co-occurring disorders. So often people who are in substance use disorder, they might in recovery, might have ADD or ADHD or something else, right? A co-occurring disorder. And so what this amendment does is it says we should allow people who are in recovery have medication for those other conditions because we don't want to put people in a position where they have to choose housing or medication. So this is a good amendment, and I encourage a yes vote. Thank you.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor, please signify by saying yea. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The motion prevails, and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
New Brindley moves to amend Senate File Number 4399. The second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A3.
To the author of the amendment, the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This amendment is actually bill language that I have authored for many years now. This is not new language. However, I'm bringing it forward again, and as an amendment, I have yet to get a hearing on this language. But what it does is it provides some oversight to our homelessness programs in a very similar way that we have oversight over our workforce programs. We decided many years ago that it was important to have data on what our workforce programs are doing. And what that means is we want to know when we are giving out grant money and direct appropriations, we want to know what populations are those monies serving? What specific supports are they offering, et cetera? And there's a couple of reasons for that. One is simple accountability, right? Like, these are state dollars. We should know where state dollars are going. But more importantly, and the reason that I think this is really important, is that we learned several years ago when we had a division specifically on homelessness. We really learned in that division, and I suspect that my colleagues who served on that committee with me will tell you that what we learned is that we don't know much. We know very little. And we as a legislature need to have a better understanding of where this funding is going so that we know what programs are effective. Because we should want to solve problems here. So what this does, and again, this is modeled after the workforce language, but what this would require is some data reporting on the total number of clients served, the cost of the program, an analysis of the change in the number of people experiencing homelessness. So really, we're talking about the effectiveness of what you're doing, right? An analysis on the change in housing opportunities and supportive services, change in employability, self-sufficiency, and other social outcomes for persons experiencing homelessness. Again, is what we are doing making a difference for folks? A change in the use of emergency health care, shelter, child protection, corrections, and similar services. Again, are we less reliant on these other programs? The cost of the program per client, the administrative cost of the program, et cetera. These are really basic data points that we should be able to use as a legislature when we are determining where our dollars are going, and for DHS and housing, when they are determining where grant money is going. We should make informed decisions, and right now we really don't have the ability to do that. Right now, someone comes to us and says, hey, this is really great. I'm sure it helps, but we don't know. And what we need to know is, are there two programs serving the same population with the same goal? We need to know, is one of those programs wildly effective and one is kind of fallen flat? Because I would advocate that we shouldn't necessarily just take funding away from the one that's falling flat, but let's amplify the one that is showing success. But we can't do that if we don't know what programs are successful and what aren't. And right now, we don't know. So I hope, and I've had good conversations with Representative Keeler about this. I appreciate that. But I hope that we will just add this small layer of accountability so that we have data that we need to make better decisions. Because right now, we are flooding these systems with a lot of money. In fact, I mean, last year between specific homelessness funding and housing, we put over $2 billion into those programs. But there is no requirement for us to understand if those programs are working or not. And we need to care about that. And frankly, I would just note, particularly at this time, you know, it's been in the news. I of course, my ears prick up when I see these things. But in California, they have $24 billion of money they can't track down that is unaccounted for in housing and homelessness. We got to know where the money is going. And most importantly, we have to know what programs are effective and what programs are not effective, so we can amplify the ones that are actually helping people. I would ask for a yes vote and a roll call on the amendment, Madam Chair.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative New Brindley, thank you for bringing the bill forward, or the amendment forward. I would have to ask for a no vote because there's a lot of work that needs to be taken a look at in here because of the variety that we have in the populations. While it seems real easy to say we'd like to have oversight, the oversight is happening right now. The department goes through all their grants and they go into each program and they do audits and they take a look at what's being spent. So on a financial side of things, I feel that the Department of Human Services does a very good job of yearly going in and reviewing what is happening. I think the big thing is trying to get results out there, and there's so much that can impact the results out there in what's being reported from year to year. And so I'll give you an idea. There are many different barriers out there. So first of all, are you dealing with a youth population or an adult population? Because that makes a big difference is what the challenges are people are dealing with. Now you start saying, is the population just have addiction services issues? Do they have justice criminal system interactions, mental health? Are there health conditions in there? Are there extra supportive services that they need? How about the need of supportive services for youth? Looks much different than they do for adults. Things that influence outcomes very greatly for different organizations out there is sometime, example, in one area, in one youth area, you can have one youth organization that was able to get one extra large grant for one-time dollars one year, and if you compare them to the other organizations, they're going to look wildly successful because all of a sudden they got a bunch of one-time dollars. So they're going to look great one year, and then they may look terrible the next year. In the meantime, everyone else looks bad. There are so many things that can influence outcomes out there, and some of these get very micro in appearance. Example, I've seen instances where a new apartment opens up very close to one of the shelters, providing deeply affordable rental housing. And that shelter saw just great success that first year. And the following year, it slowed down. Is it because of anything they did? No, it was beyond their control. There's so many things outside of the control of the organizations that can influence the success. These are the type of things where the Department of Human Services is able to spend, they've got the staff that has been doing this for years, who's done an incredible job of making sure that they're directing the dollars not only to the organizations that are established, but working very well with new organizations coming in. And I feel like the way that we've got the bill written here would make it much more complex, added additional requirements out there that may have the unintended consequences of handicapping organizations going forward. So I would ask for a no vote.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative New Brindley, thank you for bringing a really common sense amendment to the House floor. I'm surprised and shocked. I've always avoided Health and Human Services, but it's the largest part of our budget statewide. And I can't believe that we're not already doing this sort of data keeping. This is what we should need as lawmakers to inform our decisions. And I think there may be variables, as Representative Fischer said, but I think that we start with getting the data first. If there's a nonprofit or something that's having a bad year, then let's take that into consideration and find out the whys and the what-fors. But folks, this should be a unanimous vote. This is such common sense governance. It should be done in every department. Whenever any agency that is out there that we oversee, they should be having to keep this sort of data and report it to the legislature so that we can make decisions. The taxpayers of Minnesota would probably be shocked if they knew that this wasn't already law. But yet maybe again they wouldn't, given Feeding Our Future and some other, the daycare issues and stuff that have happened here in the past. But government needs to be accountable. And we're here to make sure that that happens. That's one of our roles, is to oversee a really good use of taxpayer dollars. And we can't know if something is being effective or not if there's no data to be kept on it. So please vote green on the New Brindley amendment.
The member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is a great amendment for us to adopt, and for the Minnesotans listening at home, it's just an excellent opportunity for us to bring about some transparency to Minnesota state government. And the author of the bill, Representative Fischer, a moment ago, talked about how a lot of these data points already exist, which is great, but what I can tell you is they're not easily accessible to Minnesotans, and they're not easily accessible to legislators. As a member of the minority party, There's absolutely multiple different instances over the last 2 years where the state agencies of this state have failed to provide the data and information that's key to making decisions. It's our role in the legislative branch to ensure the proper uses of our taxpayer dollars and to establish the budgets for our state. And when we're thinking about human services and when we're thinking about the homelessness programs that are established across the entire state, and the fact that this sort of information is already being collected, it's very simple for us as a legislative branch to simply request and require a report to be established and brought to us so that we can make decisions about exactly how much money should be spent in these areas in the future. So I'm glad, Representative Fischer, that DHS does have a lot of this data, but submitting it to the legislature is not an arduous path. This is common sense. This is about protecting the taxpayers. This is about ensuring that as we look forward in Minnesota, that we all as Minnesotans and as legislators, that we understand that we have no ability to continue down the irresponsible and unaffordable path that has gotten us a 36.5% increase in state spending in one biennium. I don't think there's anyone in this room who thinks that we can increase spending by another 36.5% next biennium. But unless we have reporting requirements like this, unless they're delivered to the legislative bodies, we don't know. We don't know what kind of waste is happening within systems of government and programs just like this. So to you, Representative Fischer, and to everybody in the chamber, like, we have an opportunity. If this data already exists, then it should be in our hands as policymakers. Vote green on this amendment.
To the member from Waseca, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to be very brief, this bill really talks about how we evaluate how effective our programs are. Those of you that are farmers, and I used to be a farmer, there would be no reason for me to continue planting the same corn if I didn't know it was going to be more effective. We wouldn't be putting on fertilizers unless we knew it was going to be effective. It's just a waste of money. And here as government, we need to provide the same strength of understanding of what these programs are and whether or not they're effective. So it makes absolute sense that we would want to make sure that whatever money we're spending is going to be effective. We owe that to our constituents, to the people that are paying the taxes that are going on to these programs. So please consider this vote and please vote yes on this amendment.
Further discussion. To the author of the amendment, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm a little disappointed to hear the Democrats suggest that we don't need this information, that we don't need this data, and that we don't need this accountability. As Representative Scott said, the government does need to be accountable, and it also needs to be effective. And right now, we are guaranteeing neither of those things. We are putting literally billions of dollars into these programs, billions, with no promise of effectiveness or accountability, neither one. And what we're being told is that, don't worry, DHS does audits. Well, I'm sorry, I don't really trust DHS in their audits. I'm old enough to remember that DHS has gotten in a lot of hot water, and guess what? None of it was discovered by internal audits. None of it was discovered by the audits performed by DHS. It was discovered by whistleblowers, and it was discovered by the press. So I'm sorry that I don't trust DHS to do the job. They don't do it. We know they don't do it. And yet we're going to continue to put billions of dollars into programs with no accountability, none. They have no accountability to the state of Minnesota. The only person with oversight over them, the only organization with oversight is DHS. And those audits have failed us over and over and over. Whatever this magical auditing system is within DHS, it's a failure. So not only is there no accountability, we have no idea what programs are effective. And it's true. It's true. It matters if a program is serving youth versus adults. It matters if they are providing housing or wraparound supports. These are all different things, which is exactly why this language requires information on all of it. So that we can compare apples to apples. So we can say, here is a program serving youth doing these things. Here is another program serving youth doing these things. Which one is working? Or frankly, if none of them are working, why? What do we need to do differently? We should stop amplifying things that are not working for the people of Minnesota, because in the process, all we are doing is making life more difficult and more expensive for every single Minnesotan. Without any accountability, without any guarantee that these programs are effective for the people we're trying to help. This legislation, this amendment is a no-brainer. I've been carrying this for 6 years. If you have problems with the specifics of this language, then give it a dang hearing and let's have a conversation. Let's dig in and make it right. I've been carrying this for 6 years. And in those 6 years, we have put billions of dollars into these programs, and there is still no accountability. And there is still no access to data telling us what is effective and what is not effective. So I sure hope you will use your common sense today instead of your dictates from on high and vote yes on this amendment. Madam Speaker, just to clarify, I did ask for a roll call, didn't I?
Yes, Representative Brindley, you did ask for a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment.
Will the chief clerk call the name of the member who's voting remotely?
Keeler.
Keeler votes no.
Keeler votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Keel moves to amend Senate File Number 4399. The second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A2.
The member from Polk, Representative Keel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This A2 amendment would remove delete all of Article 3 effectively. It is a 14C employment program for people with disabilities. Now, when we think about disabilities or disabled, we don't think about, we shouldn't think about people that are autistic necessarily. My own nephew works very well in a facility that he's learned how to paint cars. He's learned how to put, he likes metal. His desire is to be creative with welding. But he is fine. His boss even came to him one day and said, hey, Andrew, would you run this program for me? And Andrew's a quiet young man. He does not talk much at all, which is great. That's fine. Actually, the boss thought, you'll work. You won't be talking. Which is true. Funny thing, though, about Andrew is one day he carried a bag with him. For days he carried it, and I finally said to Andrew, I said, hey, Andrew, will you open up that bag and show me what's in it?
nosy aunt, of course, he pulls out a bagpipe. Now, this is a young man who is 18, never taken music lessons, never done any of that stuff. Well, Andrew, you should play it. Oh, I don't think so, Aunt Deb. It's really loud. Oh, Grandma's hard of hearing, she'll hear it this way. So he did, and he was right. It was very loud. But by golly, he could play a song just by ear. He was quite talented. But that's not the disabilities we're talking about here. We're talking about people that cannot work a full day, or they work part-time, or they're not independent enough to go to work. I'm full of family stories today. Oh, Joe's gone. He just loves my family stories. I have an aunt that was disabled, and back then we would send people to Cambridge or Fergus Falls because the family didn't know how to handle their epilepsy. And in today's world, we wouldn't even think about sending somebody to a medical facility because we can't control it. Now, granted, she was old enough that there weren't medicines to control her seizures, and they were pretty serious. So eventually she was able to do some work, and but in today's world, she would have had a job. She would have worked at some kind of job and been successful at it too, because we have changed how we do things. Now, eliminating 14C, and members, I really want, especially Chair Fischer, I really want you to think about this. We are removing something that is still being used. I have a few emails. I believe some of you got them also. Please don't remove this, because my elder brother, who is 66, works this job, and it works for him, and it makes him feel good. It also provides socialization for people that are not getting out of the house necessarily all the time, and it also provides them a feeling of self-worth. I can't, during COVID, I'm sure we all got some of these reach outs, but I had a phone call from a young man from Fosston, Minnesota. And his caretaker said, he needs to talk to you directly. We had a long conversation about how he missed his work, his job. And it was part of 14C, and he was so sad. And what really bothered me was on the phone, we talked, and all he could say was, please, Mrs. Keel, please fix this. I want to go back to work. He wasn't even worried about the income he got. He just needed to go and do his job. And of course, we know we wanted to protect them, so because of COVID, we didn't let people go to work. And I felt bad because I couldn't fix his problem for him. And just that concern. But I think when we look at the data of the changes in 14C, and there are, we're watching less and less people use it. I believe that my numbers somewhere are in the, we were over 4,000 to 4,800 people that were using 14C in employment option, but we are down to 3,500. And what I want members to think about is, it is aging itself out. So rather than cutting it off in the near future, letting it just happen as people transition, because I think a lot of people are going to find self-worth in other jobs, probably better pay in some of those jobs eventually, because we know that people that are disabled may very well, and I've seen it happen, takes them a little bit longer to learn the job, but eventually they're mastering it. It was really cute the other day when I was in the cities. I went into the Culvers and it was quietly minding my own business, and there was a young lady in there, and I didn't ask her what she was doing, but every time the boss walked by, she was busy sweeping up the floor, and I didn't ask what she got paid. I have no idea. But she was so intent on making sure there was nothing on the floor, and you could see her value. Her self-worth was so important to what she did. And we might not think that's important, but I don't know. I, as a customer, kind of like when it's clean, not all messed up. And she was just friendly as could be, doing her job, being very social.
And I think that's what we need to reflect on when we look at the 14C employment option and watching it as people have those opportunities. We have a lot of rural Minnesota, a lot of people that reached out to me and were rural. The jobs are far and few between for them, and we want to be able to help them do what it is they can do. And so I would really like you to reconsider removing this Article 3, eliminating it, because I just really think with some time and shorter, it is going to be a smaller program, and we're going to be able to see the success of people in the programs that we have in Minnesota, which are so important to our disabilities community. And who knows, maybe one of these young people will eventually be painting cars or putting something together that no one would have ever expected they could do. And I marvel every time I see a young person being able to be successful, or even an older one, just that ability to do something. So I would really like I'm asking for you to reconsider this portion and remove the Article 3. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Keel. I appreciate your discussion and your concerns out there. I know we've had some great discussions in my committee on this issue. I will say I used to have a lot of concerns about phasing out 14C, very much similar to where yours were. And what really got me to move forward and become more comfortable with where we are is, first of all, is that we've provided a lot of money last year through Chair Nor's committee to invest into providing services out there to make sure that this transfer over will be very successful. Over time, we used to have over 10,000 people in the 14C program, the sub-minimum wage, and it's dropped down to, as you mentioned, around 3,500. And a lot of that because most of the people that were in that were starting not just aging out. A lot of them were finding out they were going to being paid to positions that were paying full minimum wage. What even really helped me more as I was dealing with this issue, particularly over the last year, is I had a provider in my district who went from being a 14C to going to the full minimum wage. And I was impressed when I went to the program to watch, is they had a wide mix of people there. They had not only piecemeal program going on, but they also had a great day program. And so when people were not able to do the piecemeal anymore, they were able to go over to the day program, so they had this great interaction back and forth. And at the same time, while they were working there, they were paid minimum wage. Now, some people were a little bit more productive than others, but everybody there was working their heart out. And the provider said, they're all working so hard, they should be compensated for the same, because when they got done overall, it averaged out that everybody was able to earn minimum wage. I mean, that's what we would look for, is being able to validate that. I know there are concerns. How will it work in the rural area? We've seen the programs transfer over just as much in the rural area and having these successes as they've had in the urban areas here. I think one of the things that caused a lot of concern for me was alleviated by that as we had these discussions, being able to see it work, and then hearing that those same transitions are happening out in our rural parts of the state, because I know things look much differently in the rural parts than they do in the urban parts, and so that gave me more comfort. Some of the things that caused some concerns for me, though, was the testimony we had the last time we had a hearing on this in our committee, when I had my overall bill, when we had somebody come up and say, I was paid only 7 cents an hour. We have no floor right now in minimum wage in this area. It's the only part of the state that people have no floor on minimum wage. They can be paid as little as 7 cents an hour. And I'm sorry, I just cannot live and look at myself in the mirror knowing that people can be paid that low. Average for the state right now is $4.15 in the 14C program, which means over half the people still on it are making less than $4.15. We can do better than that. I know there are concerns out there. I know we've got support programs out there to address that, to make sure that nobody gets left behind. And I hear those concerns, and I want to make sure that we continue to focus on that going forward. And that's why I'm asking for a red vote today. And I very much appreciate and hearing the stories out there. We've all got the concerns, and I think we've got a plan that gets us where we are, that doesn't leave people behind. So thank you.
Discussion. The member from Polk, Representative Keel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would guess some other people want to talk, but first of all, I want to ask for a roll call.
Representative Keel requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. There are a number of people on the list. Do you want to wait and do a closing argument?
I will wait.
Okay. The member from Anoka, Representative West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was sad to see this included in the omnibus bill today, because one of the great pleasures of being a representative is people invite you everywhere, getting invitations to go places you'd never otherwise go. And one of those places I was invited to was Achieve Services, and they're located just in Southwest Blaine. And they have the 14C program working there, and it's a beautiful thing to behold. Because a lot of people, when they think of going to a center for somebody who has a disability, that, well, especially with all the funding issues, they might be stuck in a corner and just sit and do nothing, or do nothing fulfilling. And our centers do a lot of good work. Funding them is a big obstacle, but what the 14C programs allows them a chance to work. And they like to work. You know, it's a normal human experience to draw value from your work. It's a fulfilling experience. You say, oh, there must be some wage that they must be paid, and if we don't do that, there's no value to it. But what I saw when I was there, I saw 8 people working. They didn't seem like they were happy. They were not feeling like they were not doing something valuable. They were enjoying their experience and providing a service. And so when we talk about how the numbers are going down, we're going from over 10,000 to 3,500, that's demonstrating the system working. The system works because a lot of these people who are paid at this wage are now transitioning to much higher wage jobs. They might not even be able to transition to those jobs without the work experience that they got through the 14C program. And since it's a system that works, clearly, it's actually very effective, and it provides a benefit to the people doing the work, not just to businesses who contract with them, it seems ridiculous to get rid of it. Because even if, say we get rid of it, you know these 3,500 people are not going to all still be employed. The 3,500 people in this program will not all continue to be employed. Maybe some of them will have the opportunity to go to those full wage jobs, but I guarantee you there will be a significant amount that you're taking something away. You're taking something away for them that provides value to their lives and imparts marketable skills, because we see the system working. So it really doesn't make sense to get rid of it, because these are the last people who we should be making laws to take something away from. And without this amendment, you're going to cut out a significant portion of the businesses that actually want to participate in this program. Because, you know, generally, somebody who has a disability is going to be less productive overall than somebody without a disability, generally speaking. So if a business has the option to pay person A one wage and the same wage to person B, but person A produces more, you're creating an incentive against the people that we want to help. You're changing the incentive from now there's a good reason, a good logical reason for these businesses to do it outside of it being a nice charitable thing to do. You're taking away the incentive, and you're taking away the ability for a significant amount of these people to actually work and develop life skills. So I urge you to accept Representative Keel's amendment. The Senate doesn't have this in their bill, so it also will speed up conference committee just to get this out of the way right now, because I know a number of senators find this program very valuable, because it is valuable
and it does work. And I, for one, would never want to take the ability to work away from somebody just because I think something should be better for them that they can't do. So, members, please accept Representative Keel's amendment. It's really the right thing to do, and we should not be taking away jobs from people who want to work.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Edelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would ask members to vote in opposition to this, vote no. So I am on the Human Service Policy Committee and been here at the Capitol. This is my 6th term, my last one. And we see issues come through, hard issues like this one. And Representative Keel, you are one of my favorite members, along with Representative Baker. I know your heart is in a good place. But there's sometimes that we do things out of fear in this place, in this body. We don't want to move forward. Representative Keel, you had mentioned how we've seen the number of the usage of the 14C go down, and that's true. And that if we just, it will phase itself out. But I think there was a moment over the years that just this last few committee hearings, this man came up and he testified. And here, words are really powerful, right? The people that make their way here. He said, "Is this what I'm worth?" He hadn't planned to speak. He had not planned to speak, but he did. He was compelled, like so many people. And Representative West, also, you are, again, I really like you. I really do. I mean, this is not a partisan issue, guys. This really isn't. You said the system works, but it works for whom? And so I ask us as a state, as a legislature, to not make this a partisan issue. It's not working for many people. And if we say the people that are working and they're happy, let's pay them then. Let's pay them so that they're valued. And I will tell you, I have worked on disability rights long before I came here to the legislature. And there has been a lot of things that have happened throughout history. Democrats and Republicans have stood up and said, you know what, we're not gonna do this anymore because it's not who we are, it's not our values. And so I ask you to vote no on this and support the ending of the subminimum wage.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just heard out of fear. My fear is for those that'll miss out on the growth and opportunity, because for years I was on the governing board for ZED, and we worked with special ed across multiple school districts. And the first thing that became apparent is the reason why they have IEPs. The variability in the needs and issues of each individual are dramatic. And we've got a lot of improved technology, adaptive tools, and other things that are helping. But what I saw in those children is they had to take the first steps and gain confidence and succeed and take the next steps and grow and develop. I've seen that in so many individuals that from the start to where they ended up when they left the system, it was huge. And I saw the sparkle in their eyes and the joy in their hearts as they made a success and another success. Now, we've improved things, added options, so that I'm great and happy about the 10K going down to 3.5K. But my experience with what it took with young people that had difficulties and challenges is that if we don't allow the continuation of this program, there are going to be, I think, thousands left out that won't get into something that they can phase into and grow and get success. I would much rather this bill be addressing the floor issues and other issues that might be popping up in the existing to improve that. But to get rid of an entry-level opportunity and decrease the total number that can participate gives me pause, because I have seen what happens when someone that's had a tough life is able to get their first income. They're working, they're successful. That makes them braver and stronger to take the next step. I think by taking out the 14C, we're removing the option to allow them to reach a step and stage where they could have at least multiple choices for jobs. Opportunity is different for individuals. And sometimes you need a little stepping stone, or steps, or however you want to put it. And that first small success opens up the dream and the possibility and the desire to drive and strive through the hardship to make it up. So please take the amendment, and if we need to fix some issues with some programs and that floor, let's do that. But don't take away that entry-level opportunity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This body passed the elimination of 14C employment last year as well. And when that happened, I had a floor amendment to remove the elimination of 14C, but to provide this funding to ensure that we are helping people gain their highest level of employment that they can have. And fortunately, through conference, that's where we ended up. And as has already been discussed, that has worked. Now, it's a little misleading. We're talking about this 10,000 number. Frankly, we had already been trending down on the use of 14C for many years. So really, we moved from 4,000-ish participants to anywhere from 3,200 to 3,500 participants. So the move over the last year has maybe not been quite so drastic, but nonetheless, we've moved in the right direction. And that funding has proven successful, hopefully. Hopefully those people, again, I don't know if the data has actually shown us that yet or not, but hopefully that means that those folks have actually been able to move from 14C employment to a minimum wage employment, a different job. Hopefully that's what has happened. I've heard some things, though, that are frustrating. I've heard that we can do better. The problem is this bill does not offer better. This bill does not offer better. All this bill does is eliminate a choice for individuals and families. And I think that's important, that it's for individuals and families. You know, we heard a lot of folks, and I don't sit on the Human Services Policy Committee, I only serve on finance. So we actually did not hear this bill this year on the finance side, but I've heard lots of testimony on this in the past. And the vast majority of folks from the disability community who come and testify in favor of eliminating 14C are folks who are already employed in at least minimum wage jobs. Because there is a group of people who are profoundly disabled. And it is those folks who could not come and advocate on behalf of themselves. But their families did. And their families said, please do not take this choice away from our loved ones and from our families. No person in the state of Minnesota is required to participate in 14C employment. No one. So right now, today, if there is a family who feels like this is not right for them, they do not have to choose it. They don't have to choose it. But they can. And I want to tell you who this system works for. Because it was said that this system doesn't work for everybody. But let me tell you who this system does work for. Right now, this system works for people who want the dignity of work and are just unable to attain other employment. And I hate to tell you, folks, it's just reality. There is a group of people for whom that will always be the case. There just is. And taking away 14C employment does not take away that reality from those individuals. It does not take away the reality that they live, and yet they deserve the dignity of work too. They deserve this opportunity. And this idea that we can do better, I would love to figure out how to do better. But again, this bill does not offer better. It only takes away. It only takes away choices from families. And sort of ironically, 14C is a federal program. This isn't even state dollars. But instead, our solution is that these folks can just go to day services, they can do other things that take away that option to work, that dignity that gives them. And frankly, at a higher cost to the state, it just doesn't make sense. And this doesn't even account for the fact that these services offer respite for caregivers, for families. That's sort of a theme we see from our Democrat friends, and I know we're not done seeing that today. But taking options away from people does not solve a problem. It just takes away options. That is not a solution. I would love to hear your actual solutions on how to serve these folks. But right now, you have not offered that. And so with the Keel Amendment, with the A2 Amendment, we are at least suggesting that let's stop taking things off the table. Let's let these individuals, let's let these families make their own informed choice, which is what they can do right now. Let's vote yes on the Keel Amendment.
The member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is incredibly important to me and to the people who live in my community. I happen to have numerous facilities in my own community where there are families and there are people with disabilities who benefit from having the chance to go to work and have the dignity, the joy, the purpose, and the community that's found at their job. They do great work, and they get to spend time with others. They get to find the joy of being in community with others. And to the comments that have been made so far by my colleagues, Representative Keel and Representative New Brindley, stripping an opportunity, stripping a choice from those people would be one of the most difficult and challenging things that this legislature could do. We need to lean in to providing more opportunities to enhance the quality of life for every Minnesotan who is facing or who is living with a disability. We need to enhance the quality of life rather than stripping away an opportunity for 14C employment, which has been mentioned. It's a federal program. It's a federal program, and this is state intervention into this program that would seek to limit and restrict the opportunities of folks in the disability community. I believe in the dignity of human life, of every human life. And I believe that folks in the disability community should have the opportunity to work. And I'm worried that this policy before us right now is going to result in joblessness, in part because this has already happened in other states. In places where this policy has been adopted, people in the disability community have lost jobs. They have lost opportunity. And when we look out into the future, and as our nation grapples with how we value the dignity of life, when we have that conversation, we have to recognize, and as policymakers, we must recognize that the projections show that opportunities will be stripped away for the people with disabilities if we continue down our current course. Sure, there are additional programs that have been put into play. And yet, will those programs be able to close the gap between what private employers are able to pay for the work that is accomplished and achieved? Or instead, will those jobs cease to exist, resulting in people with disabilities across this state instead being left alone in their homes? That's our concern here. We need to champion the dignity of human life. We need to champion the dignity found in a job, the joy, the purpose, and the community that comes from having a job, instead of stripping away the opportunities for people with disability. Please vote green on the A2 amendment.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Curran.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, members, for the discussion. I know this is a tough issue for everyone to consider, but I agree with Representative Edelson that this is not and does not have to be a bipartisan issue. You know, just hearing some of the remarks made already, you know, we heard that a lot of programs are phasing this out, and that it seems like collectively we're in favor of this being phased out. And that's exactly what this provision in the bill does. This gives us a timeline to ensure that we are making our way toward the goal that it seems we all share, that we have folks making minimum wage. And I just want to be clear that the date, you know, included in this provision is 2028. And so there's a bit of this atmosphere right now that this seems like there's an, you know, this is going to be an emergency and places are going to close tomorrow, and that's just simply not the case. What this bill does is give that transition time so that folks do have the time to implement new ideas. And we know that these new ideas are working because we've seen programs transition already, and we've seen them thrive and have great success. And I just have to address a few other things too. You know, I think it's really important that we are listening to the very people with disabilities on this issue. And I know that's not always possible. I'm very aware that it's not always possible. You know, some folks say they visited facilities that they would never otherwise go. Some of us have worked with folks who go to these facilities for decades and haven't just visited once or twice, but this is part of our life. And I just want to make sure, when we're thinking about the folks who don't have the ability to come and advocate for themselves because of their own levels of ability, that we are being told, the people doing this work, people with profound disabilities, we're being told they have very low levels of skill and productivity. And in the same breath, we are being told these same individuals are making an informed choice to do this work with full understanding of what's happening. These things cannot exist at the same time. What the reality is, and I know this is a difficult conversation, the reality is there are adults in these individual lives who are making this choice for them. For better, for worse, for neutral, that is the reality. If we want to talk about reality, that is what's happening. And I just have to say, we really need to be listening to the people with disabilities who are able to come and advocate. And we've seen that, and we've heard from people, and we have heard the legislature directly asked, is that all I am worth to you? And I have a very hard time considering this as a charitable program, because what's happening is organizations are receiving funding for this. And that funding is not making it all the way to the paychecks of the people actually doing the work. And who's ultimately benefiting are the vendors getting cheap labor. So my big, this is a struggle to deal with, and I absolutely think there are better ways to approach employment when it comes to disabilities, people with disabilities. But we have to recognize that no person in this room and no person who might be watching and listening would ever entertain the idea of their employer basing their wage on what sort of resources they receive from the state. I cannot imagine anyone saying, yes, employer, look at the resources I receive. You know that I receive everything I need already, so go ahead and pay me 7 cents an hour. And that's what's happening, and that's not okay. And I'm not advocating for losing a program. I'm not advocating for people to sit at home doing nothing. Sitting at home doing nothing is the fear that Representative Edelson was talking about. We have seen programs transition successfully. And what I'm standing here today to say in opposition of this amendment is that there are far more opportunities for folks to be engaged with community and to feel productive and be productive outside of employment. And we see that already with folks who are retired or folks who otherwise choose not to work for whatever reason. It is absolutely a great thing for anyone with the time and ability to engage in their community, to be involved in volunteer work, to contribute to our communities in a variety of ways. And to say that if we don't allow somebody to sit and put widgets together for 7 cents on the hour or $4 an hour or whatever you want to call it that's below minimum wage, to say that is the only option, I think is, that's really not considering the ability of the organizations that are doing this work. Because I think the folks who are involved in this, I do think at the end of the day, everybody has the best intentions. I don't think that anybody who are working for organizations and doing this work at heart want to be doing the wrong thing. I don't think that's true. I think we do want to be doing the right thing, and that's why I think this should be a bipartisan issue. And I need to emphasize that there is value in doing things that aren't employment. There are a variety of things that people can do. We just have to ask ourselves, when we talk about dignity, I want to make sure, too, that we all have a full understanding in this field of the work that's been done to recognize the dignity of people with disabilities. In 2015, this body passed the Positive Supports Rule. And that was a difficult transition for people at that time, a very difficult transition for families who thought, You know, this is going to mean my child with disabilities, my adult child with disabilities is going to face immense risk in the community. And there was fear there. There was real fear, the same fear that we hear today. And the positive supports rule is working, and what it's doing is empowering people with disabilities. Because sometimes, people with the best intentions are holding others back out of fear for what could happen or what might happen. But we need to recognize what will never happen if we don't allow people to engage in the opportunity for work at at least minimum wage. And lastly, I'll just say, you know, this has been a struggle for me personally. Last session, I was uncommitted to this issue, and I've done a lot of research and a lot of conversations. So I know that this is difficult. But I have to believe that this strong community that has held together and has come up with amazing, amazing progress over the last decade or two in this field, I have to believe that we are better than saying there's no other option. We absolutely are better than that. There are other options. And I just have to encourage folks to vote no on this amendment.
The member from Candio High, Representative Baker.
Members, this is a really an important issue to me as well. I think this part of a generally pretty good bill, Chair Fischer, this is the one that ruins it for me, because we talked about this a lot last year. This is an unemployment bill for a lot of people, and I'm afraid that if you don't seriously look at the other ramifications of just having an end to it, and that's it. There's no other ideas. That's the best you got, is just ending it. That's a cliff. And that's the best you got. I think we all agree that we don't want to see people making 7 cents an hour. But how about offering a floor? Madam Speaker, would Representative Fischer yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Baker.
And to my friend, Representative Fischer, have you thought about a floor?
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Baker, I'm open to hearing any thoughts that people have. I'm not going to rule anything out at this point in time. I know that we need to do better. I don't want to commit one way or the other right now, but I'm not going to say a complete no at this point in time.
Representative Baker.
And to that, we've got to talk about the reality of what's in the future, 1 year, 2 years, 5 years out. The likelihood of a current minimum wage to go up is probably pretty strong, that it's going to go up in the future. Right now, we've got different minimum wages around the state of Minnesota. We've got our Minneapolis minimum wage. That's roughly 50% higher than the state minimum wage, right? So what we don't know today is what's the minimum wage going to look like in 2 years or 4 years when this thing actually comes to a complete halt in 2028, I think is what it is. 2026 is when we can't hire anymore. 28, it's over, done with, no matter what. And if then the minimum wage is, I don't know, statewide, some wage higher than what it is today, my concern is we are going to, we're going to even make it harder for folks to be able to have a employment option, a choice, because the higher the wage goes, the harder it will be to define that. That's where I think we ought to talk about a floor. That's where we ought to talk about something sliding, perhaps, that moves along a bit, but doesn't kill the jobs. It's another off-ramp. But right now, all you have offered is nothing available after this date. It's over and done with. This has been talked about for the last several years, and I have stayed on point because I have
served on the board of directors for West Central Industries, who does great work. And I have heard from family members in tears, please do not end this program, because their adult son or daughter can't speak for themselves. And we've heard this in committee. But members, this is sort of, to me, a lazy way of doing it. Just end it. That's like this one size fits all. We don't have the capacity to come up with another option. Let's think about this. Before it got to this point, we should have come up with other options, other ideas. I should have done it today with an amendment. But this is too important, because as we see the numbers declining in the state of Minnesota, if it's in that 3,000 to 4,000 range now, it might be 1,000 left in another year or two. It might be another 1,000 again. But there will be a point when it's going to end. There might be 500 to 1,000 people that then have nothing. And we are going to be crushed when those folks have nothing, when those families have no way to get respite for those day projects, those day options to be working, and now that's over because they don't qualify any longer. So, members, we can do a lot better. We're not done yet. I wish today, Chair Fischer, you would have accepted the Keel amendment, and we would have got to work on something better to offer in conference, because I think that's going to have to happen if something's going to happen, maybe, I don't know. But we can do better, because I think we all really care about these folks. We all do. But just to end it, because you can say you ended it because of some sort of disrespect, this is very disrespectful that we never even give them any other option at all but to just end it. The cliff is coming. They're not going to be happy. This is not how we should write bills. Members, we can do better. Please support the Keel Amendment. Thank you.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, members, and Madam Speaker. You know, I've heard some interesting language about this provision, and quite honestly, the comment about vendors getting cheap labor was cheap in itself. I was actually taken aback by that rather rude comment and ill-informed comment. To the representative that made that comment, it's vendors getting cheap labor, I would implore you and encourage you to actually visit a center where these individuals are hired to work. I've been to centers before, and you should see the joy on the employees' faces when they are working. The happiest employees you will ever see. They are excited to go to work each and every day. And sometimes they don't want to leave work because they're there with their friends, they're having a great time, and that's what they want to do. I also can't stress informed consent enough. You are not, it's not just, let's hire some cheap labor. The individuals who are hired to work there want to be there. The family knows the amount of pay that their child is getting. There's no surprises. But by removing the 14C, what you're doing, as we've already heard, you are removing choice. I wonder if any of you have read the emails that have been sent to us. There's a gentleman in Representative Paul Anderson's district who writes to us frequently on this. By eliminating 14C, we will be taking away their right to choose where they work and reducing the community integration by forcing thousands of them to merely sit at home and be more isolated than they have been in the past. Now, the individuals that we have heard over the last few years advocating for the elimination of 14C are able
able-bodied individuals. They are there advocating for the removal, but those who cannot advocate for themselves, as Representative New has said, their parents are advocating for them to keep this program in place. But for some reason, this body takes the words and takes the testimony of those that are able-bodied, high-functioning individuals that are making a wage that is definitely greater than those who cannot advocate for themselves. There was a Substack, I think we were all emailed as well, a sub-minimum wage or no wage at all by John Phelan of John Substack. And I guess it was reported in the Star Tribune too on this topic. But yeah, in the Star Tribune, one correspondent wrote to the Star Tribune, I have a nephew with some Angelman syndrome, a serious genetic disability, nonverbal, requires 24/7 care. His work provided him social interactions with others of varying skills. I don't know the number of people who will forever lose such opportunities to get out of the house and to work in a safe and structured environment. For my nephew and his parents, it was never about the money. He made only $70 one year. His parents put the money in his fun money pouch. He knew it was money he had earned. His parents helped him spend it on activities. The highly supervised work structure helped him be more responsive when he was with his personal care attendant. The program saved his parents thousands of dollars and paid professional care. Between COVID and the closing of the few remaining work programs, my nephew now has few opportunities to get out of the house and be in society. The structured workshops had all kinds of staff who labored diligently to provide individuals with serious disabilities some of the joys and rewards of work. That was during the COVID years, and now they're back in the facilities able to work. But members, this is a very important program that we have here, and I really implore you to rethink what you're doing. And if you want equity, this is equity. This is about providing jobs to those who are unable to go into the workforce like you and I and be able to hold a job without the stress, without breaking down, without panicking, without panic attacks, and be able to work in a facility along with other individuals that they are their friends, that's who they like to go with, they want to go to work. Let's not take that away from them. Thank you.
The member from Waseca, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I heard twice on this floor something that really made me sad, and that was comments from testifier that says, "Is this all I'm worth?" And that saddened me for probably a different reason than what most of you think. What saddens me about it is because when we leave that alone without talking about it, what we are doing is reinforcing the belief that all of us are valued based upon how much we make, not about who we are. The reality is that there's many people in here that make more than I do. A lot of people that make less than I do, but yet I don't equate myself as better or worse or have more value than anybody else in this room. And I think that's true of all of us. Because we're not defined by how much money we make. At least I hope not. Shame on us if that's how we do it. Instead, we need to understand that the wage that we get is for the job we do, not because of who we are. I'm not my job. I do the job because I either enjoy it or whatever. It wasn't too long ago in which I visited with the people that were in a handicapped home, and one lady was in a wheelchair, had very difficulty moving. She was able to do a piecemeal work of like 4 little things in a course of a day, which would have taken me about 10 minutes to do the entire 4 things. But the pride that she had in being able to do something that was productive and gave her great pride was just immeasurable. In fact, she enjoyed meeting with people more so than she did the job. It gave her an opportunity to do so. I don't know those of you that have ever done analysis between the studies about what keeps people in a job. Guess what isn't number one? Wage. That's 3 or 4 or 5 down on the list. The work climate, the benefits, close to home, all sorts of other things are much higher than that on wage. And yet here we are trying to define an individual, and we're reinforcing the idea that an individual's worth is based upon the wage they're making. When minimum wage is mandated on a job or a work project that is worth less than what that minimum wage is, you know what happens to that job? Anybody guess? It disappears, or it goes to China or Mexico or someplace else. It doesn't stay here. The reality is that even if we only lose one job for a person that might enjoy it, I think it's too high. This particular amendment would say, hey, we understand that there's some issues out there and that there are some people that should be progressed further on their wage scale, et cetera. But for a great deal, many of these, this program works. Let's keep it in until we get something that's better. Don't throw out the baby with the bathwater and then decide, okay, now what do we do? It's important for us to maintain our, I guess, representing the people that can't speak for themselves and try to help us understand this is value to them. They have value to us, not based upon what they get paid, but because they're part of our society and they're part of us. What you're doing with creating this problem in which they're going to lose their jobs is tell, well, we're sorry, but you didn't cut the grade. I mean, that's not right. Let's support this amendment. Let's vote all green on it, and let's move forward with a much better bill. Thank you.
The member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Madam Speaker, it's certainly certain that we all care about this issue for many reasons. But I just want to be very brief. None of us have a crystal ball, so we really don't know exactly what's going to happen, do we, Representative Fischer? But we do know what 3 states have done just recently in reducing and eliminating this very provision that you're eliminating in your bill. And we can gauge that this could happen to Minnesota as well. Again, we're not gods. We don't have a crystal ball. But the 3 states that Representative Schultz was kind of mentioned about, Vermont, Maine, and Washington, did this very thing. And many, many of those in the disabled community lost their jobs. So that's the fact. The testifier in the Labor and Industry Committee, who is an advocate for the advocacy group that is working on this particular issue, did recognize that those 3 states, when I mentioned in committee, all lost, the disabled community lost jobs. Many, many thousands of them lost their jobs. And she was aware of that. And she should be, because she's pushing this. She's working hard to it. It's very important to her. I don't recall her last name. I remember the first name because I saw her at the Capitol then that very day, and I came over. I was a little late for session. I missed the prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance, which I hate to miss. But it was an important conversation that I had with this very lady who testified in committee, who was working on this very important issue. And she said, I'm very aware that the 3 states have done this with no plan. And because they had no plan to replace it, many lost their jobs. Representative Baker mentioned in his talk that because we don't have a plan, Representative Fischer, and it's just going to be completely eliminated, indeed, you are going to lose jobs for the disabled community. It happened in 3 other states, and it'll happen to us. So, Representative Fischer, I hope you're listening, because I know you care very about this issue very much. You said so several times tonight already. But if you don't have a plan, we will fall victim to the states that have already done this and lost many jobs to the disabled community. So I hope, Representative Fischer, that you recognize this. I believe you are. And a plan must be taken place and not just completely eliminated it, because we will fall victim to the other states. Madam Speaker.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to, while we were sitting here in the debate, I got a text message that I think is worth reading. It says, Ann, my 20-year-old grandson has autism. He is nonverbal. He can't speak. The value of money is not important to him. He has so many ailments, as many autistic people do. He has seizures. Some nights they get no sleep. His seizures are so bad. He has serious intestinal issues. He misses his program often due to illness, but is so joyful when he can go. We need programs like this for him. They need various levels of programs. And here's what I want you to hear, folks. I'm happy my John does not live in Minnesota. What a sad statement. What a sad statement that this grandmother is saying, because of the choices we are making for our disabled community, I am glad my disabled son does not live here in Minnesota. Think about that, folks. Again, I've heard lots of talk about more options. Well, then give us more options, because you haven't given us a single option in this bill. Thank you.
The member from Polk, Representative Keel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, can I ask you to remove the roll call?
Yes, you can ask me to remove the roll call.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I have to say this. I can't believe that anyone would ever say that a vendor benefits from offering a job to somebody. I cannot believe that you think that way. That is just abhorrent in my world. Every vendor that I talk to, every business owner I work with, when we have these conversations about 14C or any other employment, they work hard to make sure that it fits the person, that they can do what they are enabled to do, their talents, their direction, what needs to happen. And gosh, I hope you guys don't think that. We are going to find somebody who does something wrong, you betcha. But most of those people, their parents or the child themselves or the adult says, gee, I wish I could do something. And that vendor or boss says, well, you know what, Joe? I've got some small jobs. Would you like to help me with them? Do you think you could handle this? And they work it out. Sometimes they have to employ somebody to help them help the new hire, the disabled hire. Like Ann said, some are not verbal. You have to show them. You have to handhold with them to make sure that they understand both what the job is and how to be careful and how to be responsible for what it is. And most of those disabled people are very intent on what they do. And oh, by the way, I think I heard, oh, well, there are other things you can do. I have one handicapped person. Every time a law enforcement shows up, she gets a ride in the car, whether she's working at her job or not. They give her a ride around the block or whatever. And when she sees law enforcement, they all get a hug. In fact, they can't dare walk away until they've gotten a hug. But she also does some cleaning for some businesses. And everybody knows her. It's just, and it is just one example of what happens in my district, and I'm sure it happens in yours too. The other thing to remember, members, is this, employers have to end this in August 1st of 2026. The offering is not to hire new employees. So in other words, right off the bat, we're getting rid of jobs for people. And as members have said, we're removing opportunities. So thinking about this, Representative Fischer, I should have come and talked to you earlier about this, but I would really like to have you reconsider, and Madam Chair, I'm asking a question, if he'll listen or hear me.
He will
answer me.
yield.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there something we can work on so that we can offer an option for 14C as opposed to just shutting it off? Is there something we can do?
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Keel. First of all, I will say that I think we can actually get both. We can get people to still have the jobs and to be paid minimum wage. However, I hear your concerns, and I'm hoping to have a continuing discussion to talk about how that would look. I really think we can get to a place that addresses your concerns and make sure everyone's put together a living wage. I know part of it was asking for a plan. Last year in Chair Norris Committee, we put together a plan with the dollars there, but I'm willing to continue that discussion, see what that can look like, particularly when we get to conference and we're talking to the Senate.
Representative Keel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, thank you, Representative Fischer. You know, I want us to think, though, while that's nice that we can see a minimum wage, I really think we have to think in terms of, we certainly don't want anybody to ever be paid 7 cents for a job. I think we can all agree on that. But certainly minimum wage for some of these jobs is probably over the edge for the employer, even though they would like to and may very well donate or provide other options for the person who they're employing. Not everything is cash. There are a lot of other things that can be done, and often done in rural Minnesota, I'm sure in the cities too. Hey, you know what, I can help you with this, or I can do whatever. Well, when we can have that conversation. But I just thank you that we are talking about this and really reconsidering what it is we're looking at, because I just really think we are taking away opportunity for people that are not ever going to work on a full-time job, but maybe they will work themselves into stability and being able to be more effective in their job and learn skills that they wouldn't have expected. So I don't think we ever want to write things off, but I think we also have to understand that there are people in our world that will always be disabled. They will always need help. They will always need purpose, and we need to provide them with some way, opportunity. And I know our business owners, our vendors, they will also see this need. I know they do. Often there's a lot of opportunity. We just have to connect the dots for people. So that's part of the service. With that, thank you. And oh, by the way, please vote for Amendment 2, green. Oh, we're going to say, we're not going to do the vote anymore. I'm out. It's time to shut up. Thank you.
All those in favor of the Keel Amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed to the Keel Amendment, please say no.
No. Division, Madam Speaker, division.
Division having been called for, all those in favor of the Keel Amendment, please stand. And members, just a reminder, you have to be at your desk to be counted, because it is impossible for our counters to keep track of members who are moving around. So we will pause here for a moment to let folks come in. And then just be aware that you need to be standing at your desk to be counted. All right, those who support the Keel Amendment, be seated. Those who oppose the Keel Amendment, please stand. There being 62 ayes and 66 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Franzen moves to amend Senate File Number 4399, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A4.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Madam Speakers and members. So the A4 amendment, which is before you, protects tax dollars from being given to illegal aliens. The amendment would modify the definition of New American to mean those who were born abroad who have legal status. If you're here illegally, you would not be eligible for these taxpayer dollars. As a reminder, last year the DFL gave $48.43 million to this grant program last year. Did you know that 7 out of 10 Minnesotans say the federal government is not doing enough about the border situation? And yet, time and time again, this body is giving hard-earned tax dollars to those who are here illegally. So at a time when the border crisis is one of the top issues in America, and when sanctuary cities are facing the pressure of the border crisis, we need to do better at ensuring Minnesota does not become a magnet for illegal aliens. Sadly, we know that the Democrats, one of their goals is to turn Minnesota into a sanctuary state. Thankfully, so far, that has not happened, has not passed, has not even had a hearing. But members, this is an issue that Minnesotans are paying attention to. As I said, 7 out of 10 Minnesotans say the federal government is not doing enough about the border situation.
59% of Minnesotans opposed becoming a sanctuary state, and only 34% of Minnesotans supported becoming a sanctuary state. When the DFL proposed we become a sanctuary state or pass laws giving taxpayer-funded health care to illegal aliens, driver's licenses to illegal aliens, and grant funding like the funding found in the New American Grant Program to illegal aliens, the DFL caused Minnesota to become a magnet for illegal aliens. So, Madam Speaker, members, I would like to request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Fischer moves to amend the Franzen amendment to Senate File Number 4399. The second and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A6.
To the author of the amendment to the amendment, Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I offer this amendment to make the process work. And the reason I mention that is, first of all, I want to acknowledge we have a lot of outside forces that want to polarize our society, and they've done a great job over time. They want to polarize and they want to demonize a certain selection. The reality is most people who are coming here have a legitimate reason to be here in our country. They have a legal path to be able to come in, but when they first come in, they don't have the documents here so that they can work here to solve our severe workforce crisis that we have in our state that is hurting not just the urban areas, but is having a disproportionate impact in our rural areas. I've had people in rural parts of the state in the long-term care industry reach out to me so often. They have found good workers out there but don't have the documents yet that they can legally work. And what this amendment does, would allow us to use these funds for people who've got a legal pathway here, is to be able to work here legally to help address the severe workforce shortage we have here. In addition, I want to say that there are outside forces that want to polarize us. I want to say that as Minnesotans, we welcome people here who have a path to be able to solve a workforce crisis, to make sure that as we have people in nursing homes, as we have people in long-term care, to be able to make sure that we've got the staffing so that those facilities can take care of those who are in most need. I also want to put a little personal note on this. Is where I go to church, it is not unusual. Most people that I go to church with have not been born in this country. I've had the privilege over the last few years to be able to help learn their language. I'm not a Spanish speaker. They've helped teach me Spanish. They have helped me learn how to sing in Spanish. The biggest honor I have had is when our people who have come to join us here to take the jobs that we have also had me come lead the musical singing in Spanish in our congregation. This is the people that we are talking about serving, the people who've got a right, who can help solve a major problem here, and that's what my amendment does. It allows us to use those dollars to help those people get the documents they need so that they can work here and help solve our severe workforce shortage. I would ask for a green vote.
Discussion to the amendment to the amendment. The member for Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Fischer yield?
Representative Fischer will yield. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Fischer, what amount of a $72 billion budget should be allocated for people who are here in Minnesota illegally?
Representative Fischer.
What I would like to say is that everybody is a person that should be treated with dignity and honor. And I will say that that is not always happening with this conversation here. To be able to treat dignity and honor is the most important thing. And I think one of the most important things is so many times people who are undocumented, who have a legitimate reason to be here to solve our workforce shortage, is being carved out and demonized overall as a whole when we're talking about this. And the reason I'm saying that is because so often people are wanting to lump people together as illegal. I don't see anybody as illegal. I see people who are looking for a pathway to be able to be productive to our society, and we should provide them the dollars to be able to be here to help solve our workforce shortage.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I think about this, I think about probably the tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of people who are trying to come to America because of freedom, because of liberty, because of prosperity that is found here in America, because of our constitutional republic. People who are seeking to come here legally aren't being allowed into our state, aren't being allowed into our country, and now you are trying to say that the people who skipped the line, who came here and broke our laws, that we should hand the money that Minnesotans today, on April 15th, had to pay in, that their money should go for legal services for people who didn't come to this country legally, who broke the law, who broke our laws, our nation of law and order. This is completely outrageous that our state would consider spending Minnesota taxpayer dollars to help people who are here illegally obtain legal status, jumping the line, going ahead of people who are waiting their turn legally to come here to find the prosperity that is found in America. So I'm going to ask a different way. What percentage of the state budget should be spent on people who are here illegally?
Representative Schultz, are you asking Representative Fischer to yield?
I would like to know if Representative Hill would yield to that question.
Representative Hill will not yield to the question.
All right, would Representative Ream yield to the question?
I see Representative Ream is not on the floor.
Interesting. We've got a hearty debate that we're going to take on this evening. Would Representative Cha yield to a question?
Representative Cha, will you yield to a question? Representative Cha will not yield to a question. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Berg yield to a question?
Representative Berg will yield to a question. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Berg, what percentage of Minnesota taxpayer dollars should be spent to support people who are here in the state illegally?
Representative Berg.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Schultz.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
State your point of order, Representative Long.
Mason's 101 debate must be confined to the question before the body. This goes well beyond the scope of the amendment.
Representative Schultz, if you could stick to the scope of the amendment.
I will do exactly that, which is exactly why I'm eager to hear what Representative Berg has to say about how much money the state of Minnesota should be spending to help support illegal immigrants in the state.
Representative Berg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm eager to answer. The interesting thing is about me being a member of this body, I've actually traveled to the countries that these so-called illegals are coming from. I've been to the most dangerous and impoverished cities in Colombia, in Honduras. I've seen firsthand what the families are going through, the violence that they are escaping. I would ask Representative Schultz, when it's his turn to yield, if he's traveled to those countries, had a meal with those families, slept on the floor of wood shacks, been followed by bad actors, signed security waivers to be in those situations. Happily, I have spent time in community. And I also spent a lot
Madam
of
Speaker,
time
point of order.
with the trades.
Madam
and
Speaker, point of order.
seen the
Representative
jobs
Nash.
that are available for
Madam Speaker,
those new
point of order.
Americans.
Representative Nash, what is your point of order?
Madam Speaker, apparently point of order under Mason's 101, you need to confine debate to the topic at hand. Clearly, Representative Berg is not confining her debate to the order at hand.
Members, just a reminder to confine your remarks to the point at hand. I think both members have strayed a little from the point of what is stated as the point of order. So, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to recenter us tonight. We have a DFL majority in Minnesota that wants to make Minnesota a sanctuary state, and on top of that, has spent our tax dollars in the last year to benefit people who are here in this state illegally. And we are talking about right now, we are talking about an amendment to an amendment related to the eligibility requirements for a grant program to the tune of $7 million going to people in this state illegally. And so I am wholly centered around this amendment, which is exactly why I would like to ask if Representative Purcell would yield.
Representative Purcell will not yield to a question. Representative Schultz.
Well, this is certainly a stark day in this chamber where members aren't even willing to engage in the debate. Madam Speaker, the state of Minnesota is projected to have a budget deficit after $10 billion worth of new taxes, and I'm eager to learn who in this chamber thinks that we should be spending more money to benefit people who are here in this state illegally and make Minnesota a sanctuary state. Would Representative Smith yield to a question?
Representative Smith will not yield to a question. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Frederick yield to a question?
I think Representative Frederick is still thinking. Representative Frederick will not yield to a question. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Bonner yield to a question?
Representative Bonner will not yield to a question, and I think Representative Schultz, you probably could make your statement without having to ask members to
Madam
yield.
Speaker, I have yet to get the answer to the question. What amount of money is it all right for Minnesotans to pay $10 billion worth of new taxes to benefit people who are here in this state illegally? What is the amount of money? What is the amount of money that you will raise taxes on Minnesotans so that you can hand the money and put the money in the pockets of people who came to this state illegally? What amount of money? Who can answer that question? I'm happy to take the answer from anyone. Would Representative Cleavorn yield?
Representative Cleavorn will not yield to a question. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Long yield to a question?
Representative Long will yield to a question. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Long, what amount of money, when we have a budget deficit on the horizon, should be provided for people who are here in Minnesota illegally?
Representative Long.
Representative Schultz, I won't raise a point of order on your question, but I will note that the debate should be confined to the subject before the body, and you are well beyond the subject of the debate. I will raise to a point of order if you continue this line of questioning with other members.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So would Representative Long yield to a question that relates specifically to this amendment to the amendment?
Representative Long will not yield to a question. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Brand yield to a question?
Representative Brand will not yield to a question. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so for the Minnesotans at home who are listening, the Democratic Party here in Minnesota has yet to define exactly how much of your money should be handed to people who are here in this state illegally, who broke the law to get here and are now seeking to take the jobs of Minnesotans. All the while, Democrats in this state are pushing forward a path to a sanctuary state for illegal immigration.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Representative Long, state your point of order.
Madam Speaker, Mason's 101. Debate must be combined to the question before the body. This is not the question before the body. We are debating an amendment. I have raised this point of order twice now, and I would ask that you please remind the member to confine the question to the amendment, which is what we are debating right now.
Members, please confine your remarks to the amendments to the amendment, and if we need, we can have the chief clerk remind us what the amendment to the amendment is.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate our great debate and your excellent job moderating the debate thus far tonight, Madam Speaker. I appreciate it. But let's understand exactly what the amendment to the amendment does. The amendment to the amendment strikes immigration status right from Representative Franson's amendment. So what we're talking about here is eligibility requirements, and we are talking about whether or not people who are here in Minnesota illegally will be using our tax dollars to gain legal access to our state and take the jobs of Minnesotans. That's what we're debating tonight, Madam Speaker. So I would ask, would Representative Ream yield to a question now?
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Representative Long, state your point of order.
Mason's 121, paragraph 3, persistent repetition. After the attention of the House has been called to a matter, the member should be directed to discontinue the speech by the presiding officer. So far, we have made a point of order twice on Mason's 101. Continues to ask the same question of member after member, and so I ask that he be ruled out of order.
Madam Speaker, point of order.
Representative Nash, state your point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, under Mason's 101, number 2, Representative Long is rising to persistent irrelevance. Clearly, the conversation is circled around the very concept that he is debating. The majority leader decides to get up, and just because he doesn't want to talk about it and he wants to provide some cover for his vulnerable members, he's trying to rule Representative Schultz out of order. That's persistent irrelevance. Clearly, it's in the confine of the conversation, members. It'll go a lot easier on you if you let Representative Schultz speak his mind. But if you continue to rise to a point of order, that, by definition of Mason's 101, number 2, is persistent irrelevance.
Madam Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Representative Creashaw, state your parliamentary inquiry.
Madam Speaker, parliamentary inquiry. On the ruling, if we were to have a ruling on the repetition, would we be ruling on the repetition of coming up with irrelevant motions or the repetition of the questions, Madam Speaker?
Representative Creashaw, I'm going to just move forward and allow Representative Schultz to continue to speak. And so Representative Schultz, if you could please continue to refine your, make sure that your remarks pertain to the amendment and to not persistently ask the same questions over and over again, knowing that you will potentially not get that response.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, what we know tonight is after a persistent level of questioning found perfectly within debate here in this chamber around eligibility requirements for people who came to this state illegally, and how our state policy is currently benefiting people who came here illegally. What we know is that the members of the majority party in Minnesota are placing the needs of illegal immigrants ahead of the needs of taxpayers, ahead of the needs of Minnesota citizens, ahead of the needs of the people who obey the law and support our constitutional republic. And what we have heard tonight is that the DFL majority in Minnesota fails to represent the voices of taxpayers. What we have heard tonight is that the DFL majority in Minnesota would far rather raise taxes by $10 billion to hand the money to people who came here illegally. What we have heard tonight is that there is no motion that could come before this body that would add additional eligibility requirements to ensure that new government programs that were set up this last year, that they would only be set up to support Minnesotans. Instead, the DFL majority has told us tonight that they will continue to raise your taxes. They will continue to bloat government. They will continue to add 36.5% increases in state spending, biennium over biennium, to benefit people who are here illegally. All the while, they pushed forward an agenda that would bring about a sanctuary state in Minnesota for illegal immigrants, taking away the dollars of tax-paying, hardworking Minnesotans. And in this particular amendment, if the underlying Fransen amendment is not adopted as written, the needs of illegal immigrants would come before the needs of Minnesota workers. And that, Madam Speaker, I cannot stand for.
The member for Morrison, Representative Creshaw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And for a minute there, I felt like the kid in high school where I had actually done my homework and I was in the back of the class saying, pick me, and you never asked me to answer the question, Representative Schultz. So I'll show you how this is done, how you can get some responses. Would Representative Fransen yield for a question?
Representative Fransen will yield for a question. Representative Creshaw.
Representative Fransen, as I look at your amendment and the amendment to the amendment, the question that I have is, how do you do in an industry like this with very sensitive workers and situations, how do you do a background check without documents? Do you have an answer for that?
Representative Fransen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Creshaw, you know, I don't know how background checks can be done, and so that's part of the reason why we are offering this amendment, to make sure that those that are seeking employment have legal immigration status. So Representative Creshaw, I'm extremely curious to know how background checks can be done on those who are here illegally and yet seeking quote unquote documentation. Thank you for the question.
Representative Creshaw.
And thank you. And Madam Chair, parliamentary inquiry, how many other members did Representative Schultz not ask, so I know what my latitude is? No, you don't have to answer that. Representative Zalesnikar, would you yield for a question?
Representative Zalesnikar will yield for a question. Representative Creshaw.
Representative Zalesnikar, you have experience in the long-term care facilities. And my serious question to you is the same one that I posed to Representative Fransen. How do you do a background check without the proper documentation?
Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. The process is you must have identification to complete criminal background studies and any of the fingerprinting that's required to care for vulnerable adults.
Representative Creshaw.
So, Representative Zalesnikar, thank you for the answer. And so it begs the next question. So, do you hire some? I mean, how do you reduce the liabilities for these families and the risk and put people in there without knowing their backgrounds? How do you remove that risk if there's no way to check for the background or the documentation?
Representative Creshaw, are you asking Representative Zalesnikar?
And I'd like to ask Representative Zalesnikar to yield.
She will yield. Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. The reality is you wouldn't be able to hire. Anybody that has a licensed facility in the state of Minnesota is under federal regulations for the nursing home and state, and assisted livings are under state regulations, which both require legal documentation with very specific forms of what you must provide. And if you don't, you would have an ineligible employee file, and you would be fined by the state of Minnesota or the federal government and found in violation.
Representative Creshaw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Zalesnikar and Representative Keel, I'm not going to ask you to yield, but just consideration. I remember a number of years back, and Representative Zalesnikar, you probably experienced this, when this body and the majority party were actually putting in mandates and really putting the screws on and thinking there was these terrible things happening in long-term care facilities around abuse, and there's going to be more reporting. And so what I'm hearing from you now is, with that kind of environment in this, there's no way a long-term care facility would want to bring in individuals, illegal immigrants, who do not have the proper background, who cannot verify who they are and their backgrounds. That, to me, seems just common sense. Would you agree with that, Representative Zalesnikar?
Representative Creshaw, are you asking Representative Zalesnikar to yield?
Madam Chair, you're very good at what you do. Representative Zalesnikar, would you yield to that question?
She will yield. Representative Zalesnikar.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the question. And you absolutely wouldn't be able to hire the person. An individual that doesn't have a documentation path would result in an employer considering them ineligible for an employment at any of the facilities in the state of Minnesota. And that would be the case for disabilities. It would be the case for vulnerable adults in any settings of any age that are licensed by the state or federal government.
Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to that, members, and thank you, Representative Zalesnikar, for your answers. Members, please don't come into rural Minnesota and tell us how you think we should do our jobs. Please do not think you have that. Our care facilities, Representative Zalesnikar has worked in those. I've been in and out of those facilities. We have the most caring individuals. They are looking out for these families, and yet we continue to act like we know better than them. We don't. You are not going to hire individuals that you cannot verify their background, their criminal records, and all of that, and put them in a job of the most vulnerable situations of people that are dealing with some of the most difficult elderly care ailments out there. Don't think for one moment, Representative Fischer, in this amendment, we're going to do all that. I oppose the amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the line of questioning.
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Just to be clear that the amendment to my amendment is giving hard-working taxpayers their money, their tax dollars, to those who are here illegally, rewarding them. This is on top of other bills that we have seen in this building, $100 million for a universal basic income, $10 million for a brand new unemployment benefit program. This is on top of health care, college. Members, I'd request a roll call first. But members, I implore you to vote no on the Fischer amendment. Thank you.
Representative Franson has requested a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Franson. Sorry for going after you. It was my intention to go before. I want to speak to the concept of dignity because that's been raised here tonight, that we're concerned about people's dignity and that it's somehow an affront to their dignity to acknowledge the fact that they acted illegally in violation of our sovereignty, which is another interesting word that gets bandied about quite a bit when it's convenient, but never seemingly when it's advantageous to our own citizens. But we have sovereignty too. And the maintenance of our dignity as American citizens and as residents of the state of Minnesota is rooted in large part in the recognition of that sovereignty. And that's what seems to be forgotten. There's an entire class of Americans who have been forgotten. And, I know that there are certain terms that have, for some reason, and I really do find it bizarre, have become metastasized into triggering folks. Phrases like America first. But what that's really about, and if you talk to the people who proudly espouse that phrase, what they'll tell you is that they have been forgotten, that nobody is working for them. And it's hard to feel dignified when you're being ignored by the people who you elect to represent you. It sends a pretty strong signal that you're not worth very much. And I hear it all the time. Last year, my first year serving here, I took a phone call from one of my constituents, an elderly lady who lives by herself, and I couldn't help her with her problem. She called to complain about her property taxes, the valuation of her home. There's nothing I can do about that as a state legislator, but I listened to her anyway for a solid couple of hours, tell me her entire life story. And the summary of it was,
I did what I was told. I followed the rules. I made good decisions. I paid my bills. I kept up my credit. I did all the things that everyone told me you're supposed to do all along the way. And now, in my twilight years, I'm facing the prospect of losing my house to the very government that was constituted to serve me. I've got another one here. This one was sent to me more recently this year. I'll just read a short excerpt from it. Have you even spoken to the average Minnesota citizen? Those of us who are broken beneath rising food costs, decreased donations which keep food shelves operational, rising gas costs. I've been working as a DoorDash delivery driver to bring home some money into our home. With gas prices continuing to rise, I'm unable to do even this. And prior to this, she disclosed that she adopted a child from Nigeria, and she's also taken in her elderly mother to care for her. So she's caring for 2 generations on either side of her as a middle-class individual. She tried to pay off some debt by taking on this extra work. And this is how she closes out. She says, now the final punch in the stomach, which doubled me over with grief, was when we had our 2023 taxes completed. The money that was necessary to pay off the debt so we could survive pushed us into the next tax bracket, and now we owe the state of Minnesota $3,000. Of course, we don't have it, so we borrow it and go right back into debt. Now, we did that to her. I'm using the collective we, the broad we of the state of Minnesota. We did that to this woman. We did that to the elderly lady I talked to last year, who's now looking back on a lifetime of serving her family and working diligently and following the rules, looking at potentially losing her house as a thank you from us. There's not a lot of dignity in that. And so this idea that we have to fork over part of the $3,000 that she now unexpectedly has to pay, that's going to be redistributed to folks who quite literally didn't follow the rules. That's the defining characteristic of their legal status in our country, is that they didn't follow the rules. And what we're saying today, what you're saying today, by voting green on this amendment to the amendment, is that those folks matter more than our folks. That those folks are somehow owed, by breaking our rules, the hard-earned money that was brought home by the folks who did. Go right ahead.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Will the clerk call the names of the members voting remotely? There is no one voting remotely anymore. The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 yeas and 61 nays, the motion does prevail and the amendment is adopted. Back onto the Franzen amendment as amended. Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. So this Saturday was my endorsement convention, and if any of you know Senator Westrom, he can really give a really great speech, and I just love listening to him. So anyway, he was telling this story about lemmings. So I'm going to share the story, but I'm going to change it up just a bit. Do any of you know what lemmings are? Yes, it's part of a rat family, the little animals, herd mentality. They follow each other. And sometimes those lemmings will follow each other right off a cliff. Members, on that last amendment, you all followed each other right off the cliff. What you said, what you voted for, was that you want Minnesotans to continue paying higher taxes to fund illegal aliens. We have a border crisis out of control. We have President Biden flying illegal aliens into our states. And you are giving them our tax dollars, rewarding them. Members, that is disgusting. In a time when Minnesotans are facing high inflation, expensive groceries, gas prices are extremely high again, people are wondering how to put food on their table, pay their electricity bills, keep a roof over their head, and you're saying, we're going to give some more tax dollars to illegal aliens. Members, that is wrong. It is absolutely wrong. You are all lemmings, just following each other off the cliff, not even able to think for yourself. So it's very disappointing. This amendment would have said those who have legal immigration status can have access to these grant dollars. That's what legal immigration status. Instead, you're like, irrespective, don't care. We don't care about your legal status here. We're just going to give you our tax dollars. It's very disappointing. Madam Speaker, I request to have this amendment withdrawn.
Representative Franzen withdraws the amendment. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File Number 4399, as amended.
Third reading. Discussion. The member from Candy Ojai, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, a lot has been said today about this important policy bill that does help a lot of people. I want to give credit again for the members. I think Chair Fischer really did a nice job working across the aisle, allowing people to be involved in helping set the pace and the pattern for doing good things with substance use disorder, for example. One of the things I wanted to bring up here was, one second. The work that we did on paperwork reduction with Representative Frederick, removing some of those barriers that help people in the field of drug and alcohol counseling are doing it better because they don't have to have such rigid rules to follow. We also had some tweaks to the rules where drug alcohol counselors could serve up to 60 patients. We kind of gave them a few more to work with when a seasoned counselor could do that, giving more capacity and helping more people. I want to also recognize the take-home dosage definitions that we kind of tweaked a little bit as well. We're allowing people in recovery using MAT, which is medically assisted therapies, again, I mentioned it earlier, so people can take some of this home with them for longer periods of time so they don't have to go back as often and be sort of tied down to daily visits with some providers that require that. And also something I'm really pretty happy with, because we were all sort of given this
unfortunate situation with a company in the state of Minnesota that was having some questions about their billing practices and how we needed to tighten up the guardrails for some of those things. Again, I want to thank Representative Frederick, Chair Fischer, Representative Edelson, and a number of us that were working on tightening those things up so that we made sure the Minnesota tax dollars that were being allocated towards that were hitting the mark, because there was some players out there that were not doing what we had hoped they would be doing. We found it to be important in this situation too, and we heard from a lot of good testifiers, that in this area, part of our rule was we didn't think having an independent contractor act as a peer recovery specialist was maybe in the best interests of our tax dollars, because it was harder for us to kind of manage where that was going, how they were being considered legitimate and with liability that would possibly jeopardize our program's integrity. So Representative Frederick thought that was a pretty good idea. I supported that, so thank you for that as well. So again, there was some good parts about this bill, and I'm very saddened that I can't support the bill because of this important issue we talked about with our 14C, which is our workers that are going to eventually lose the ability to work in the community. Not all of them. Again, we talked about coming up with a better plan. I will stand ready to work with anybody that wants to come up with a better plan, because I think this is going to be a challenge as we move this thing forward. And if we want to do something about it, now is the time to do it. So with that, it's been a long day. We got another bill to go, I think, after this. I thank you for this work, this committee work. Again, let's keep working on this, and I hope we can do better in the future. But right now, I'm having a hard time supporting it because of some poison pills in here. I think we can do better. So, members, thank you for a robust conversation tonight, Madam Chair. Thank you.
The member from Anoka, Representative West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, before this bill heads into conference committee, I just want to make one last plea for 14C and Achieve Services in Blaine. Because if this bill goes through as is, these centers have all told us losing that wage is going to be a serious problem, and it's going to hurt their programs. And I always assume daycare centers are good people. I mean, disability centers are good people. I mean, that profession attracts the best among us to help people who can't help themselves. So I was very surprised to see that some on your side of the aisle think they have sinister motives. It was such a weird way to take it. That is one of the last people who help disabled people are not villains. I'm going to make that daring proclamation. So we should be helping them and not taking away their options. And the system is working. And as you say, well, we're down to 3,500 people working these jobs. That means you are going to have a significant number of people lose their job because this bill. It's a reality. That's what will happen if you pass this bill with this in it and it becomes law. We all know that. And I heard it mentioned that this should be a bipartisan issue. And it is. It is a bipartisan issue. This bill passed in the Senate with 58 votes. 58 votes. Massive bipartisan vote. Because at least Senate Democrats and Republicans agree that this is an important program that genuinely helps disabled people. But taking away their jobs, that doesn't help them. Doesn't help them at all. It's ridiculous that this is even in the bill, because it's partisan, but it's not partisan because Republicans don't like nonprofits or something. It's because you have this weird thing against nonprofits, which I am so shocked to hear, that somehow disability centers are bad actors. I'm sure there's a few, but the ones employing these people are doing this state a service. They're doing the disabled people a service. It's a program that should continue, and ending it makes absolutely no sense. So when this goes into conference, know that This bill could have left this floor with a real bipartisan vote. It left the Senate floor with 58 votes. But because of this partisan provision, I have a hard time believing you're going to find a single bipartisan vote, because this is terrible. And a vote for this bill will eliminate for certain, there is an absolute certainty that this will take away people's jobs. And I can't do that, not to our disability providers who have helped so many people, particularly Achieve Services in Blaine. They've advocated that this is going to be a problem for them. And I, for one, am going to listen to the disability centers of my district, because they are the experts. And I don't know how it came up, but they're definitely not villains. And we should all be very grateful for the services they are producing. So members, please vote against this bill. And Representative Fischer, please let this portion die in conference committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will Representative Fischer yield to a question?
Representative Fischer will yield for a question. Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Fischer, I have a couple of questions. Number one, I'm going to start in Article 6 under the DCT part of your bill. And let me just, Representative Baker, mentioned there's a bunch of good things in this bill. So thanks for working so hard on it. My question, Representative Fischer, has to do with you changed some nomenclature from secure treatment facility to state-operated treatment programs, and then expanded what those are. Previously, the secure treatment facilities were really reserved for people who had lost their civil rights. And especially when this article has to do with, bloodborne pathogens. And so I'm curious as to, number one, I think my first question is how were employees that were in a community-based service under the executive board's control, how would they have dealt with bloodborne pathogens previous to this bill, previous to the language that you added in this bill?
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nadeau. From my understanding is the reason we went with this language here is because not all employees were covered before, and now we will make sure that they all will be.
Representative Nadeau.
And thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Fischer. Will Representative Fischer yield for another question?
He will yield for another question. Representative Nadeau. Thank
you. And my question is specifically due to the population that these employees are serving. So the secure treatment facilities were specifically dealt with people who had lost their civil rights. This is expanding into crisis centers, residential facilities, outpatient services. So my question is that expansion is pretty significant, and I'm just wondering, I understand that you want to extend this to all employees, but if we're going to do that, then what about detention employees? What about front-facing employees in shelters? I just can't get my head around why this is being expanded. And that'll be my last question for this article, Madam Speaker.
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nadeau. Direct care and treatment covers many different facilities throughout the state. And as a result, this is making sure that it's getting to cover all the facilities at the different levels.
Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That didn't quite answer it for me, but maybe I'll check with you after. My next question, if Representative Fischer will yield to one more question, Madam Speaker.
Representative Fischer, will you yield for one more question? He will yield. Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the first article, this is talking about employees in 245D. On line 8.31, it says staff under 18, the existing language literally prohibited staff under 18 years of age to performing overnight duties
or administering medication. Your bill strikes administering medication. I'm not saying that this would allow staff under 18 years of age to administer medication, but I'm curious as to your thoughts why you struck that from this language, and if you and what types of what types of medication will staff under 18 years of age be able to administer in 245D licensed facilities?
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Representative Nadeau. This is something that we did have discussion on in our committee on. This was being established because we've got the workforce shortage that we have out there, and in terms of the 18-year-olds that are doing these duties that would be able to administer, they'd be following the rules that were already established in protocol that folks over the age of 18 would be able to follow in administering medications.
Representative Nadeau.
And thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Fischer. I think it's a little bit risky. I think it's a little bit risky, and I remember the conversations we had in committee, and I think there were some questions that were asked on the specifics of it, and we don't really know, and that I'm concerned with that. And I can't not address Article 3 in this bill as well. There's been a lot of debate tonight on this particular provision. And for some of you that don't know, I spend a lot of time with, in my day job, working with disability services. I've got providers that are both center-based employers, and I've got providers who are community-based employers. And the one thing that I know, regardless of what passes, regardless of what comes out of a conference committee on this bill, the resiliency of these providers, the resiliency of the people they serve, they're going to be okay, and because of who they are. This is a difficult conversation and debate to have. On one side, we don't want people to lose the option of that person-centered care. And I think the long-term effect, or the longer-term effect we're going to have here is, as we have moved, and we've heard testimony today and about the number of people that are in center-based employment, and it's declining. And we're moving away, and it's because of the re-envision work that we've done for people with disabilities. And in the long term, our costs are going to increase because of the need, and that's important. I think it's important to know. I think I've also learned tonight that there's a huge difference between disability services that are provided in the Metro and disability services provided in Greater Minnesota. And I'm not convinced that one size fits all. But I think we need to make sure that we try to keep as many options open for people as possible. I appreciate the phase out of this. I'm not sure it's long enough. I think there's a number of people in this community that it's gonna take an enormous amount of work to find community-based employment. Because and that's what we're interested in doing, is making sure that people are able to do the work that they want for as long as they want. And there are other options for people that don't want to. Day services provides, all kinds of opportunities for this population. And I just, if we go to conference and having a longer phase in might be helpful. If there's other options that we can look at, and I appreciate Representative Knorr last year and Senator Hoffman by putting money into and allowing providers to apply for dollars that will help fill that gap, and hopefully they do, and hopefully DHS and everybody else is making sure that they're making those dollars available. But I'm I guess my final statement is, if it does, and I know it's going to be a difficult pull in the Senate, but maybe increasing the time would be an important component. Thank you, Madam Chair.
To the member from Blue Earth, Representative Frederick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. I want to give a shout out to Chair Fischer for this really, really good bill. I also want to give a really big thank you to our CA. I think everybody knows that committees would fall apart without the staff on the committees, and Nick is phenomenal. This bill, I'm going to talk about some of the substance use disorder provisions within the bill. We already talked about with Representative Baker's amendment on sober homes, but I want to talk a little bit more about that. We've already in the past said that sober homes have to have an opiate antagonist like Narcan in them, but we heard from community that while it might be in the house, nobody knew where it was. So this bill says it has to be in somewhere just as obvious as something like a fire extinguisher. Everyone should know where the Narcan is. It's that basic. The other thing is that, as we talked about, is that we should allow medications. We should follow some of those national best practices, and that's what this bill does. And I want to thank Representative Baker for his continued work on this. I think every single meeting that we had, the two of us and Representative Edelson, when she was available, we were doing this together. Another really important aspect of this bill, and again, this is where every single meeting that we had was done, both Representative Baker and I were at every one of these. We were meeting with recovery community organizations and RCOs across the state. Their whole purpose is to support people in recovery. And what that looks like in some cases is when people are straight out of treatment or straight out of the criminal justice system, they can have what's called a recovery peer. And that peer is there to walk alongside them to help them be successful, can help navigate them to resources, is to support them in whatever they think is best. And what we found and what we heard, what Representative Baker and I were hearing from some recovery peers, is that they were being encouraged to do things that they didn't feel was quite right. They were being told to bill Medicaid for things that they didn't do. And in this bill, one of the things that we do is we ban independent contractors from being, or recovery peers from being independent contractors. Because what we found out through the course of some of the questions that we were asking is that these peers who were raising questions about these unethical practices that they were being asked to do, that because they're an independent contractor, there is a lack of accountability that could be placed upon the company that they were working with, I guess, in that case. So we came together, we talked about what do we think is the best course to tackle some of this fraud or potential fraud. And this is one of the solutions that we came forward on that. So I just want to say this was a team effort. This is bipartisan. It was collaborative. And thank you, everyone. And I hope for a green vote. Thank you.
The member from Douglas, Representative Hansen. The member from Washington, Representative Anderson. No. Member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley. All right. Well, then we will go to Representative from Polk, Representative Keel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will take the opportunity to talk. I like talking. So, thank you very much for working as a team. Human Services has been an interesting foray into life, and as most of you members know, there's a lot of subject matter all the time that we're talking about that affects a lot of lives and all kinds of people that we talk to. Young, old, disabled, handicapped. I've worked in my career a lot with a young lady named Mickey. Mickey, I've watched grow up. She was 18 when she had a car accident and became disabled. Unfortunately, this week, Mickey had a cardiac arrest and is no longer with us. She is a diehard Republican, members.
So she's at every parade she can possibly be at, she and her dogs and her husband. She is been on all kinds of committees for the governors and been very active in personal care attendant. She and her mother and brother, they've got a personal care attendant business. I don't know what's going to happen there. But she had a can-do attitude and worked very hard for whatever she needed to do next, whether it was a reward and she got paid or it wasn't. She did a lot of volunteering. And, you know, I really appreciate the relationship that we enjoyed and watching her grow up. I'm very sad for her family, but I know that she's now enjoying the ability to not have a wheelchair anymore and is strong again. So in this bill, as we've talked about at length, I really appreciate that Representative Fischer gave me this bill for senior linkage line. I actually experienced it. So when you decide to put your family in the nursing home or the assisted living, I think a lot of people think that you just walk in and say, hey, I need a room for mom or dad or whatever. But that's not quite how it works. And even after I talked my parents into living in assisted living, we're busy trying to figure out all the logistics of how this is going to work. And we were signing papers and I was explaining to my parents what it was they needed to do. And this is the bill in Article 4 that says that we're no longer going to reach for a senior linkage line identifier because we had to have a number before they could sign up. But we were supposed to have done that weeks before we moved into assisted living, but we were doing it while the furniture was getting moved in at the same time. And so the Minnesota Aging came to me and said, you know, this just isn't the Board of Aging, this isn't working like it should. And certainly by the time we actually go to figure out what a family needs, the number is kind of mute at that point. Just don't need it, because you don't just put somebody in a facility. You have to have a conversation about, do they qualify? Is this what they need? And you've had a lot of conversations by the time you're actually bringing the jammies with. And it's quite an experience if you've ever done it. And I suggest if your families do that type of thing, you should get involved. It's very emotional, but it's also quite an education. So I really appreciate the the aging services part of the bill, and thank Representative Fischer for giving me that. I do have some concerns about what we're doing with nursing homes, and I'm very concerned about the assumption in this bill, or maybe not the assumption, but the idea that nursing homes are buying places from out of state and not having more money than they actually are addressing nursing homes. I can tell you for a fact, I have not seen that at all. What I've seen is nursing homes saying, sorry, we just can't provide services anymore. Yeah, it is sometimes employment, but our nursing homes are really struggling yet. And even though we did some help last year, we're going to be back at it next year. There is some conversation about it, and maybe I'll even come back and ask you for something, because I'll still be active in, well, I assume my parents will still be living, but I'll still be active in CURE. So this bill has got, like members have said, there are some good things in this bill, but there are some very troubling things, such as the removing the economic funding for people with disabilities. We're not giving them the choice
I hope, Representative Fischer, that we are able to talk about this a little bit further as it goes to a conference committee, I would guess, and have that conversation about how we can work something different out, or a conversation about what would work best for our disabled people that cannot do a full minimum wage job, or just a full job in general. We want to be able to support them. We don't want to push them off the cliff. That would be really sad, and we want to provide for disabilities. And as I believe Representative New Brindley said, we are always going to have disabled with us. You know, I'd like to be able to work out of that, but the reality is that there's always going to be somebody with that kind of need and direction and support. And you know, it's all great when you have a family, but some people don't have family, or mom and dad passed away and there is nobody to help them. And that's really sad when you see that they don't have the supports they need. So we need to make sure we take care of them. So I thank our staff for all the hard work they did, the members, and but with that, having talked about this bill for a while, I'm sorry, but I'm not a yes vote either. I'm just really wish we could have worked out some of these details and have passed a more bipartisan bill. But I thank you very much. Thank you, members, and I guess we're close to voting.
To the author of the bill, Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Chamber, for the opportunity to present the Human Services Policy Bill tonight. I'd like to also make sure to thank a number of folks. I'd first of all like to thank the nonpartisan staff. Without them, we would not have had this bill today. Ms. Danielle Punelli, Mr. Doug Berg, who made sure that there was no cost in this bill. That took a little bit of work. The revisers, folks from the revisor's office who helped make sure that everything was fine, Dean Trefitz and Alex Willie. The staff that we had out there, my committee legislative assistant, Spencer Kroos, GOP research, Jonathan Cotter, great help as we were getting things moved back and forth. Our DFL researcher, Molly Pedersen, my committee administrator, Nick Stuma-Langer, our committee pages, Florence and Lydia, and the entire committee. This was a committee that we worked very much in a bipartisan way. I want to specifically call out Representative Keel for helping carry parts of this bill, and the awesome bipartisan work that was being done with Representative Baker, Representative Frederick, Representative Edelson. You know, this is a lot of good stuff. I will say that I will make promises that we'll continue working on 14C. I think that we had a very good discussion on it. And I want to say that it was referenced that, you know, the Senate, you know, passed it off. And I think as a chamber, we can all agree we can come up with a better bill than what the Senate had on it. Because I think all of us pretty much agree that while the Senate may think 7 cents an hour is okay, I think as a chamber I was hearing that's not right. And we've got to do more work on this. I'm open and will commit to that. We'll continue to work on this. And I think this will be something that may look different as it comes back. I'm looking forward to that continued conversation. I think it's really important that as we're addressing this, while we have 2028, it's 4 years away, I'm open to other thoughts how to approach it. I appreciate those being put out. And one of the things I also want to keep in mind in the discussion that I kind of missed earlier is that part of our disabled community are coming from communities of color or low-income communities. And some of the folks working that don't always have the family with the resources that we do in our communities. And that's also a group I want to make sure that we don't leave out, to make sure that this is part of the reason why we want to make sure that we're raising the minimum wage for those folks. And with that, I want to thank everybody for their support and ask for a green vote.
The clerk will take the roll. Will the clerk call the name of the member voting remotely?
Keeler.
Votes aye.
Keeler.
Keeler votes aye.
Keeler votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 yeas and 62 nays, the bill is passed as amended and it's titled agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 4097. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File number 4097, number 4 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to commerce, the second engrossment.
Representative Stephenson, before you explain your bill, do you want to put the House language into your bill?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Stephenson moves to amend Senate File number 4097, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded DEA 4077.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Stephenson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I wouldn't dare bring Senate language into this chamber. We need to get the House language in, and then we'll have a good debate about the bill.
There's an amendment at the desk. Oh, we have to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed signify by saying nay. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Representative Stephen, to present your bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This bill is the Commerce Policy Bill. Members, we had a great Commerce Committee this year with members from both sides doing phenomenal work and bringing forward a number of great policy bills that are included in this bill. Bills from both sides of the aisle. I want to thank all of the members of the committee for the great conversation we had today, and particularly Representative O'Driscoll for his work helping me with this committee this year. This bill includes a number of really important provisions, and we'll start with something that has been a bipartisan effort to put some real guardrails about social media and the impact that's having on people in our country today, in our state today, and particularly young people. And this bill takes a real groundbreaking approach to tackling that problem. We also have some really great provisions in here designed to help people deal with debt and making sure that our laws and, around debt are fair and treat consumers with respect. And thanks to Representative Ryer for her important work on that. We also do have some important telecom provisions here, including a bill that I've cared a long time about, which is related to net neutrality. But overall, this is a great mix of bills that solves a lot of problems that Minnesotans are facing and provides some good consumer protections. And I look forward to a robust debate.
Yep. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Stephenson moves to amend Senate File number 4097, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A16.
Representative Stephenson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment removes 3 provisions from the bill, 2 of which, the House File 1989 from Chair Moeller and House File 3438 from Representative Greenman, we passed as standalone measures last week. The third of which is a provision from Chair Freiberg, House File 4182, related to broadband and allowing for franchise agreements on broadband. And this was a really novel approach to a problem that a lot of communities are facing around regulating broadband and making sure that we're taking care of the right of way and also supporting our public affairs programming. There's been a lot of conversation about this bill, and I think there still needs to be some more work done before it's ready to be finally enacted. So we're going to take it out of the bill today and allow for that continued discussion, and certainly want to thank Chair Freiberg for his great work getting us this far, and we'll keep working on this one.
Discussion to the Stephenson amendment. The member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Chair Stephenson, thank you for recognizing what would have been my 13A amendment. I almost kind of feel like you were copying my homework a little bit here when I brought the 13A amendment forward. You indicated there's a little bit more work that needs to be done in this bill. I would say there's a lot more work that needs to be done in this bill, like a big DE, delete everything amendment, and that's what you bring forward next time. This bill would have brought in an 8% increase in any kind of broadband service to folks, and I will have more to say about that later on. But at this point, I want to thank
thank you for your willingness to take this out, because this is not what Minnesotans need right now, is a fee or tax increase on their internet and broadband services. So thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam Speaker.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Novotny moves to amend Senate File Number 4097, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A7.
To the representative from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Speaker. This is a highly technical, very advanced amendment that moves a quotation mark. When we brought the bill to the committee, there was a suggestion from the Auto Owners Association just to clean up some language. And according to the representative from the Auto Owners Association, they've been waiting 20 years for someone to bring up this bill so that they could suggest moving these quotation marks. And that's what that bill does. I have spoke with the author. This is considered a friendly amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Further discussion, Representative Stephenson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Novotny, for the amendment and for the underlying bill, which is a very good bill. I was glad to include in this omnibus. I encourage members to vote yes.
There being no further discussion, all those... Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the chair taking this and the bill author taking this provision. I would certainly hate to have a long, prolonged debate and a roll call on such a technical issue. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative O'Driscoll, did you say you wanted a roll call, or?
Apparently, Representative Nash does. He's the only one in the chamber. I said prohibiting us from having to have such a long debate and a roll call on such a minor provision. So I thank the bill author for taking that provision.
Any further discussion in case I overlook somebody again? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hansen Yeager moves to amend Senate File Number 4097, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A6.
To the member from Washington, Representative Hansen Yeager.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A6 basically came about because independently, Senator McEwen and I each had constituents that were being scammed through the use of virtual currency kiosks. And this bill and this amendment came about as a result of a lot of work working together with the Senate, my former LA Alex Wheeler, working with Representative Niska, and as well as industry people from the virtual currency kiosk industry and local police departments. This part of the bill allows for protections for people using virtual currency kiosks by defining new and existing users. It clarifies disclosures that need to be displayed on the screen and acknowledged, and it adds a process for people to get their money back and be a little bit more whole when they become a victim of a scam, and I would appreciate your support.
Discussion to the amendment. The member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Yeager, or Hansen Yeager, for your work on this bill and on this issue. I did have a conversation with some of the industry folks, and they also reinforced the excellent work that you've done in terms of getting together. First of all, dealing with a real issue, an emerging technology issue that needs to be dealt with. There's serious potential for scams in this area. And it's a real problem. And you did a great job of listening to a lot of different perspectives and incorporating a lot of stuff in a short period of time. And so I appreciate the conversations we've had on this and the work that you've done on this. I don't think this is we're at a perfect spot yet. I'm sure that there will be more discussions in coming years, but this is a really good start on a really difficult emerging issue. And so I appreciate the work that you've done on it and urge members to support the amendment.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Finke moves to amend Senate File Number 4097, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A11.
To the member from Ramsey, Representative Finke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a religious exemption amendment for the gender-affirming care coverage provision. It is the same language we passed last year for the contraceptive coverage, and we just want to make sure we have consistent religious exemptions across the board. Thank you.
Discussion to the Finke amendment. Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Finke, for your work on this amendment. And specifically, it does bring this provision in line with controlling U.S. Supreme Court precedent on this issue, and make sure that what the U.S. Supreme Court has said, we have to provide for religious institutions or employers who have religious objections, that there is a mechanism to do that. So this is a step in the right direction, and I urge members to support it.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Bliss moves to amend Senate File Number 4097, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A24-0293.
To the member from Beltrami, Representative Bliss.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I actually have another amendment that works as a DE, so can we introduce that as well?
Yes, Representative Bliss, there's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Bliss moves to amend the Bliss amendment to Senate File Number 4097, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A24-0298.
Representative Bliss.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The amendment to the amendment actually, the first go-round on the bill, and after speaking with the chair and the industry, it opened up a lot of problems. So we worked with the chair, alcohol, gambling, and enforcement, the industry, and the revisor's office. And I think we came up with something that'll work. And basically this allows for smaller resorts that don't have the wherewithal to buy a full liquor license, which can be $1,600 or more for just the permit, to allow them to sell beer to the fishermen that come into their resort. So that's my amendment. Thank you.
Representative Stephenson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Bliss, for working on this amendment and providing this secondary amendment. I urge a yes vote on this secondary amendment.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment to the amendment say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails and the amendment to the amendment is adopted. Back to the underlying amendment, Representative Bliss. Representative Stephenson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And now that the secondary amendment is on, I would encourage members to vote yes on the underlying amendment. And again, thank you to Representative Bliss.
Any discussion, further discussion on the amended Bliss amendment? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment as amended say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails and the amendment as amended is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
New Brindley moves to amend Senate File Number 4097, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A1.
To the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. In the underlying bill, we are choosing to opt out of some banking provisions at the federal level. It's this DIDMCA. I understand that most of your eyes are glazing over as I speak. However, this actually is a big deal. And while we are opting out, there are some real concerns for consumers. Now, interestingly, a little history lesson. When the feds first did this, 7 states opted out. Folks were concerned about the ramifications of this. However, all but one of those states has opted back in at this point because it actually caused more problems to opt out, and there were unintended consequences. So the reality of this, I will say on its face, opting out of DIDMCA, on its face, the purpose is to sort of protect consumers, right, from high interest loans. That's the goal of opting out. And certainly I trust that that is the actual goal of opting out. However, there's a lot of things that this opt-out doesn't consider. Most importantly, I would suggest, is the idea that, well, not the idea, the fact that credit cards are exempted from this opt-out, which means that in Minnesota, folks have credit cards with interest rates as high as 30, 35%. We would all agree that's not good. And by opting out of DIDMCA, what we are doing is we are not allowing consumers to take out, frankly, high interest rate loans. That's really what this is about. The problem, once again, is that we're not offering them any other solutions. All we are doing is taking away an option that can be helpful for folks. We are taking away an option for folks to say, and let's be clear, the folks who are taking advantage of these loans don't qualify for a 4% or a 6% or an 8% interest rate loan. They just don't qualify. They're not getting it. That's off the table for these folks. But the option we're taking away from them is to say, well, I've got these really extraordinarily high interest rate credit cards, and now I don't get to trade those for a 20% interest rate loan by somebody who is willing to do that. We are taking a tool out of the toolbox, and we are not giving any other solution for these folks. None. We are not creating a program to provide additional services. We are not creating a program for loan forgiveness, thank heavens. We are not creating classes for money management. We're not teaching people how to deal with debt. We are doing none of those things with this legislation. The only thing we are doing is taking away an option that folks currently have. Now, I suspect that those of us in this chamber, I can't imagine that any of us would take out a high interest rate loan as a first choice. We wouldn't. But I suspect that the vast majority of us in this chamber would also qualify for reasonable interest rate loans, in the sense that any of them are reasonable at this point. And so it's a real, I've got this term stuck in my head, but it's a real luxury belief for us to say, well, we're not going to do that. We don't have to make that choice. But we're going to take that choice away from other people who might need to. And of course, Minnesota, we don't exist in a vacuum here. We don't get to make laws in Minnesota that prevent people from making other choices. We're not taking away the choice of folks in Minnesota to take out other high-risk loans. We're not taking away the choice of people to go to Hudson or St. Croix Falls or Superior or Fargo across our borders and take out really risky title loans. We're not solving a problem. All we are doing is taking away one tool in the toolbox that right now folks who are frankly not in a good place. If you are taking out a high interest loan, You are not in a good place. And by opting out of DIDMCA, we're not solving that problem for you. All we are doing is saying you don't get this choice. That's all we're doing. And so I would ask members, as you consider this, you will think about those folks who don't have another choice right now. And ask yourself, do you want to take away choices without actually helping, without actually solving their problems? Because you are not. With this underlying bill, you are not solving a problem for someone. You are only taking away potential solutions. And I would ask for a green vote on the amendment.
Discussion to the proposed amendment. The member from Hennepin, Representative Katiz-Latun.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, lawmakers in 1980 couldn't have imagined today's online lending marketplace where a consumer in their living room in Minnesota can take out a high-interest loan originating from a state-chartered bank in Utah in a matter of minutes. To be clear, opting out of DIDMCA, or the Federal Depository Institutions Deregulation and Monetary Control Act of 1980, prevents only predatory, high-interest credit that is proven to be harmful to the vast majority of borrowers. Minnesotans will continue to enjoy access to debt management plans through nonprofits and debt consolidation and other loan products through 114 regulated lenders currently licensed in the state of Minnesota. Like payday loans that were regulated last session, these loans trap consumers in interest and fees that cannot be repaid and lead to a debt trap that takes a borrower's financial situation from bad to worse. We've heard a lot of talk about how this provision will prohibit loans that are necessary for people who don't otherwise have access to credit. But both the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and the U.S. Department of Defense have completed studies in 2021 and confirmed that many such borrowers have access to credit cards that offer much lower interest rates, and that service members protected by the Military Lending Act's rate caps continue to have access to compliance credit products that meet their needs. In certain cases where borrowers face short-term financial emergencies, Minnesotans can access emergency assistance and other cash grant programs. This provision is supported by the Minnesota Credit Union Network, the Joint Religious Legislative Coalition, Lutheran Social Service of Minnesota, Legal Aid, and others. When DIDMCA was enacted, these shady rent-a-bank schemes did not exist. While out-of-state banks can continue to operate here in Minnesota, Minnesotans should have the expectation that they are protected and that these banks are obeying by our state laws. They should have to follow the same regulations that the hundreds of Minnesota banks, credit unions, regulated lenders, and other financial institutions have to follow. Minnesotans will continue to enjoy access to responsible and credit-building credit, but would no longer be subject to predatory lending by out-of-state companies who are exploiting a loophole and exploiting Minnesotans. I would ask for a no vote.
Further discussion on the A1 amendment. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to address a couple of things, you know, here's the problem. Once again, folks will not be subject to out-of-state predatory lending anymore. Of course they will. We don't live in a vacuum. We don't live in a vacuum. And we have 4 border states. And if you represent communities like mine, it's really easy to get to those states. I live a lot closer to Wisconsin than I do to St. Paul. You are not solving a problem. You are exclusively taking away options when people are struggling. And you want to say these folks have access to debt management and all these other services, and yet their problems are not being solved. You're not helping them access those things with this bill. You are not helping them access any of those supports with this bill. You are exclusively taking away options that folks currently have when they need help. Madam Speaker, I would request a roll call.
Representative New Brindley requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
And I would request a green vote on the bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Will the chief clerk please call the name of the member who's voting remotely?
Keeler.
Keeler votes no.
Keeler votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
New Brindley moves to amend Senate File Number 4097, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A2.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So in current statute, a municipality is, they've got the right to own and operate a telephone exchange, which is almost kind of funny language at this point, right? A telephone exchange. But basically, these are companies, and often small local companies, that provide services like, frankly, old school telephone services, and now more importantly, broadband, high-speed internet access, this kind of thing. Those are the kinds of companies we're talking about, just so that we all make sure we're on the same page. And right now, municipalities are allowed to own and operate these companies, these telephone exchanges. And in fact, they even have the right in current statute to acquire an existing plant by condemnation. They can literally take it. They can take one of these companies that might be privately owned. However, currently in statute, you at least have to take that decision to the public. You at least have to go and get a vote of the public if you want to steal a private company from its owners. That's the current lay of the land. However, for some reason, there is language in the underlying bill to remove the requirement to take this to a vote. So now, what Democrats are saying is we're going to allow a city council, a local municipality, to literally take a private company, to acquire an existing plant by condemnation with a majority vote of a city council. Meaning, if you have 3 members of a city council out of 5 who think it's a good idea to take this telecommunications exchange by condemnation, it is done. 3 people in a municipality can choose to take a telecommunications company. This is no small thing. This is no small thing. This is wild. Now, what we were told in committee is that, well, but there's accountability because these folks can just be voted out. These are elected officials, so they can be voted out. Well, guess what? When 3 people have chosen to acquire an existing plant by condemnation, when 3 people choose to steal a company for the municipality, I assure you that that process is not undone with a new election. This has real consequences. And the least we should do is maintain the current language that requires a vote. Let's let the people of a community have input on such significant decisions. And I want to be real clear. The companies we are talking about, we're talking about real companies that probably many of us pay a utility bill to. Companies like Benton Communications or CTC or Paul Bunyan, Navera in New Ulm, or 702 Communication up in Moorhead. These are real companies that this legislation is saying 3 people on a city council can choose to steal that company for the municipality. I hope you can all see what a no-brainer this amendment is. To at least require, to continue to require a vote of the citizens of that municipality before 3 people are allowed to make such a consequential decision for the citizens of that municipality and for those companies. I would request a green vote and a roll call, Madam
Representative
Speaker.
New Brindley requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands or thereabouts, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Madam
Discussion to the amendment. The member from Hennepin, Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm going to recommend a no vote on this. This section of the bill is giving municipalities more flexibility in meeting the telecom and broadband needs of their residents. Now, I will say there needs to be some additional guardrails put on this language that we have proposed to the telecom folks about a month ago and have yet to get a response. I think they may have been more focused on a different bill. But when that does get, the intention would be to include that in conference. I will point out that with city council, majority votes of a city council can do many things today, including hiring and firing a city manager, eminent domain, setting the budget and tax levy, filling a council vacancy, setting franchise fees, housing and redevelopment, tax abatement, TIF, and many other things. So I think that this is in response to needs, especially in some greater Minnesota locations where needs aren't being met. And I think with the proper guardrails around this, I think it's a good amendment. I'd like to keep it in, and so I'd recommend a no vote.
The member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if Representative Kraft could yield a few questions, please.
He will yield. Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Kraft, the first question that I want to ask you about the provision in this amendment is from 65% of people served in a community on this. So if we used to use round numbers on here, a small community of 1,000 people, that means 650 people would have to be approving of the decertification and condemnation of their local phone company. The bill contemplates, as Representative New pointed out, and we've discussed in committee, a simple majority of the city council. And many cities are cities of the fourth and fifth class, which means that they have 5 members on their city council. Representative Kraft, the question is, what's the notification for the public to come and to testify on this? Is there a requirement for a public hearing, or is the council going to just be able to take action without receiving any formal input from the community?
Representative Kraft.
Madam Speaker, I don't believe the bill language discusses public hearings.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Kraft. You were mentioning before that you believe this bill needs some more guardrails around there. I would make that my #1 guardrail, that the public somehow has input, whether they're not going to be allowed to vote on this anymore based on the changes in the bill and our amendment putting the people's rights back in here. That would seem to me to be something that would be rather important. Simply, this might be done on what's known as a consent agenda, an item that the City Council generally believes isn't controversial, at least in their eyes, and by one full vote, including minutes and other miscellaneous things, the phone company could be taken away. Representative Kraft, would you yield to another question, please, Madam Speaker?
He will yield. Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Kraft, my second question is, if a community, multiple communities are serviced by the same phone company, and one of the city councils, let's use the one that I was using in my example here, with 1,000 people in the community, how does your bill anticipate the unraveling of that phone company and the sale of certain assets to the city to be able to have that telecom service and still fully support the remaining 4 or 5 or 6 or 10 or however other many communities may still be a part of that telephone company? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative O'Driscoll. Also, back to your previous question, I want to point out, having been on City Council for several years, every City Council meeting, there's an agenda that's posted in advance that the public sees and may comment on and come in on. So there's opportunities for public hearings. On your question, there really is today in the language that's in there that the exact same thing could happen.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Madam Speaker, I don't believe I got an answer to the second question, but I will also let you know that I've also served on City Council and been a mayor as well. So we do share something in common there, Representative Kraft, in the processes on that. The question that I asked that I have not gotten an answer to is if there's a community that's being serviced by a telephone company that's servicing multiple communities, and a community by majority vote of the City Council wants to decertify, condemn and take that, or steal that phone company, how are the other communities going to be able to survive, and how does this bill anticipate the uncoupling of the phone service so that the one community who has 1,000 people can start and have their own phone service without affecting the remaining communities?
He will yield. Representative Kraft.
Madam Chair, Representative O'Driscoll. So the bill language doesn't contemplate that in specific. However, what I'll point out is the existing language could have the exact same situation. So there were different criteria for a municipality to be able to assume control of a telecom provider in their community, but the same situation you're talking about could have happened then too.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. But Representative Kraft, at least there would have been a public notification of this, because you'd have a 65% requirement of people to vote to decertify. So I'm assuming that there would be something on the ballot that people would say, gee, our phone company is going to be decertified. Here again, a simple majority of the City Council at a council meeting on a posted agenda item, this could end up being taken away. And when you say that it's not anticipated in here, the threshold at 65% is up here, and the likelihood of that happening is very minimal compared to a simple 3-2 majority vote of a City Council. Members, there are 2 reasons right there, very straightforward, very simple, reasons why the New Brindley Amendment should have a green vote. And again, Madam Speaker, I would like to underscore this is going to be a green vote, and I appreciate Representative New Brindley asking for a roll call on here because your phone company may be in jeopardy and you don't even know it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I also have some question, or at least a question for Representative Kraft, if he would yield.
He will yield. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Kraft. Have I missed something in the news? Have we had challenges where we've had runaway telecom companies that are somehow, not serving constituents, and thus the City Council must act immediately to change course in Minnesota?
Representative Kraft.
Madam Chair, Representative Schultz, I don't know that I'm aware of runaway, however you phrased it, but I think there are concerns with how folks in certain communities are being served.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Kraft. I certainly understand your right and ability to bring forward some concerns that you may have heard in your own community, and you know, frankly, maybe that's something that should be taken to the voters. But you know, right now we have an amendment or some underlying language, I should say, in this bill that frankly is undemocratic. It's stripping away the chance for people to vote on an issue like this that frankly, you know, I don't know that we have a lot of examples where government has run telecom businesses better than the private sector. Would Representative Kraft yield to another question?
He will yield. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Kraft, are there examples where government and municipalities in particular have better served residents with telecom than the private sector?
Representative Kraft.
Madam Speaker, I'm not going to speculate on served better, public versus private. I'm sure there are situations of both.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Kraft, I just hope that we're not changing state policy on this and putting the decision-making in the hands of 3 people that are a part of a city council, just because in a given community across the state, citizens have had concerns, but they haven't been able to convince the rest of the residents in their community that they should take an action like taking over a private business, taking over a telecom business. And, you know, frankly, I'm unaware, though I'm not saying that it hasn't happened, but I'm unaware of an instance where we're literally handing more authority to a government to take over a private business in this state. And I'm really concerned about the precedent that this is going to set in our state. You know, right now there are businesses being set up along the lines of producing cannabis and producing marijuana, and you know, local municipalities will have to deal with licensing of those facilities. Are we going to go down the route of having private enterprise set up businesses, set up successful systems, work to provide services in communities only to have the government strip them away? I mean, this, frankly, this underlying language is bonkers. Like, what are we doing? It's completely undemocratic to take away the rights of the people in favor of 3/5 of a city council over something that the private sector can definitely do better than government. Like, I'm really not for growing government at any level, and now we want them to deliver telecom to the residents of this state and do it through a city council rather than a vote of the people. You know, I know we live in a constitutional republic, but this is undemocratic, and so we need to adopt the New Brindley Amendment.
The member from Waseca, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And would Representative Kraft yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Petersburg.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Brand, I worked with you on some other bills before, and I know that you're one that works real hard to get consensus and build to really move forward. But the question I ask of you is, I think I heard you say that you do agree that there needs to be some more guardrails on this particular proposal, and that you hope that you're going to get something for conference committee to be able to put into this bill. Is that what I heard you say?
Representative Kraft.
Madam Chair, yes, Representative Petersburg. Actually, there is a proposal out to the telecom folks on some of these guardrails that we've been waiting for feedback for a month on, and we're told that we should get it momentarily. And at that point, yeah, my intention would be to have that go into conference committee.
Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to me, that's a couple of problematic areas there. First of all, is that what if we don't get that answer? And sometimes that happens here. We just don't get the answer we've got. Then it would be better for us to take this guardrails that is done with New Brindley's amendment here. And even if we do get that, you could still add that onto the conference committee and correct it the way you want to. The problem is that too often here we're hearing, well, we know there's issues here, we'll deal with it at the conference. Here's what I have a problem with, is that means that either 3 or 5 people from this body will make all the decisions. We won't have any opportunity to amend or debate or anything until it comes back as a conference report, and then it's either an up or down. And that means that those 3 or 5 people are going to be making these decisions without us being involved with it. We've actually heard that process really too many times here. We should be doing our work before it comes to the floor and making sure that the bill is actually ready for passage. And to me, that's the problem here. And I do know that, Representative Kraft, you're working hard, but again, it's one of those things where we're not quite finished, and yet we're going to be asked to vote on it. So please reconsider New Brindley's amendment and accept that, and then if you need to fix it in the conference committee, fix it there. But at least we would have this correction done now rather than having to worry about what comes back from the conference committee. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A2 amendment. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the discussion. We've heard some interesting things during the discussion. One, we heard that since city councils have the right to run their cities, like levying taxes, hiring a city manager, filling a city council seat, since they have the right to run a city, they should also have the right to steal a company. That is odd logic, really odd logic. We also heard that there are concerns with how people are being served. And I know that's true. I know that's true. We also know that literally billions of dollars have been put into broadband in just the last few years. And it takes time for those dollars to work their way out and actually improve broadband access. That takes time. And I can just imagine 3 bozos on a city council who think, no, the answer here is we're going to take over. I am sure that we can do this right. I am sure that we can take over and do this right. I mean, come on. Interestingly, the underlying language the underlying statute doesn't just require a municipal vote. It requires a 65% threshold. Because when this statute was crafted, no pun intended, when this statute was crafted, they understood that there's some danger in this. They understood that we need a significantly higher threshold than we do for the majority of votes of a city council. And we have also all seen situations, frankly, we see situations here in the legislature where folks come and they're going to save the world, and those rotten folks in the legislature, I'm going to get elected and I'm going to show them, I'm going to fix everything. And then they get here and they face reality. And they realize that, okay, it's not actually always as easy as we think it's going to be. And so while, yes, there are concerns sometimes with how people are being served, I'm going to quote Reagan, the 9 most terrifying words in the English language. I'm from the government, and I'm here to help. That applies here. Because the bill language allows for literally 3 people on a city council to make this kind of a consequential decision. We are not talking about replacing a city council person, filling a vacant seat. We're not talking about hiring a city manager. We are talking about taking over a company. And that should remain with the high threshold of 65% of a municipality looking at that issue and deciding that it is the right thing to do. This language has got to come out of this commerce bill. Please vote for yes on the amendment.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Kraft.
Madam Chair, Representative Brindley, I just have to say a couple things. So we've said, I've heard call this undemocratic. These are city councils. These are elected officials. 3 bozos on city council. I have far higher regard for our city governments. There are 340 municipal broadband providers in the United States and many in Minnesota. Municipal governments also control water utilities, electric utilities, sewer, many other utilities. This is, what we're doing here is to give them the ability in certain situations, in critical situations, to provide for their constituents. So again, I ask a vote of no.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Will the chief clerk please call the name of the member who is voting remotely?
Keeler.
Keeler votes no.
Keeler votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
New Brindley moves to amend Senate File Number 4097, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A14.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. We are changing gears abruptly. In the underlying bill, there is language. There's an insurance mandate. There's an insurance mandate to provide gender-affirming care that insurance companies are required to pay for that care. This amendment simply says that we are removing the medical procedures from that mandate. It would still require counseling and referral services, telehealth, et cetera, but it would remove the medical gender reassignment portion of this. And I want to say there are reasons for this. I won't belabor the point, but there are long-term permanent consequences of these decisions. And this body has acknowledged that kids do not have the brain development to deal with things like smoking or smoking pot or drinking alcohol or any number of things. And so certainly it should be our job as adults to make sure we are protecting them when we're talking about very real, permanent changes. Things like there are obvious, permanent, irreversible changes from surgeries. That one's easy. But there are also irreversible changes from hormone therapies, from puberty blockers, from cross-sex hormones. There are permanent, irreversible changes from these hormones. Things like a decrease in their bone density. Things like an increased risk of breast cancer. Things like infertility, the inability to have children, or even the inability to have an orgasm. Things like voice changes and hair loss, irreversible. These are very serious consequences that we as responsible adults, that we as lawmakers have an obligation when it comes to our kids. We have an obligation when it comes to our kids to make sure that we are protecting them from these long-term, permanent, irreversible changes. And making sure that they are at least adults when they make these decisions for themselves. Members, I would ask for a yes vote.
There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Franzen moves to amend the New Brindley Amendment to Senate File Number 4097, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A23.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. So the amendment to the amendment requires health plans that provide cover for gender-affirming care to provide cover for any consequences related to the care, testing, screening necessary to monitor the health of the patient, and reversal of the procedure. On March 6th, I watched the Commerce Committee when the Representative Finke bill came over, was in that committee to mandate insurance coverage. And Representative Schultz offered an amendment for detransitioning care. And here's some of the quotes from that committee. Of those 90,000, 3% identified that there was a study that was done, 90,000 people. In that survey, 95% of the people surveyed reported that they were more satisfied with their lives after gender-affirming care and transition. Of those 90,000, 3% identified that were less satisfied. All healthcare has regret rates, and if you talk to anyone in the health industry, they will tell you that a 3% regret rate just doesn't exist. It's as low as you can ever get. The quote then says, there are people in the category that Representative Schultz is talking about. Some people refer to them as detransitioners, people who transition and then retransition. Those people's gender journey is well respected within the trans community, and their medically necessary health care is already covered. That is gender-affirming care, and it is covered under the current law, so that this amendment is simply unnecessary. We already include them in our community and take care of their health care needs. So I watched that and I was questioning, well, why are other states passing legislation to cover detransitioning? Why are those individuals who consider themselves detransitioners not able to get the care that they are looking for? Why are they going to legislatures and asking them to change the law and to include detransitioning? So I contacted a healthcare lobbyist from Blue Cross Blue Shield, and I said, hey, you know, there's this amendment or this bill, and I sent the bill, and I said, would detransitioners be covered under this bill? And the healthcare lobbyist thought that it would be. So I pushed the healthcare lobbyist some more. And I said, well, if there are no billing codes for the detransitioning, how are the healthcare professionals getting paid? Who pays for that? How is it tracked? About a week later, that same lobbyist came back into my office and he said, you're right. It's not covered. So I contacted a medical professional that I know, and I said, hey, here's the situation. Are there billing codes for detransitioners?
And the medical professional told me there are not medical codes. So without medical codes, there's no way for individuals to get reimbursed for the detransitioning. Without medical codes, there's no way to track who actually is detransitioning. So some people will say, well, there's hardly any regret. There's hardly anybody that's detransitioning back. It just simply doesn't happen. But people say that because there's no billing codes to track what is happening. And the World Health Organization, under one of their frequently asked questions about international classification, it says the international classification serves to record and report health and health-related conditions globally. ICD ensures interoperability of digital health data and their comparability. The ICD contains diseases, disorders, health conditions, and much more. The inclusion of a specific category into ICD depends on utility to the different uses of ICD and sufficient evidence that a health condition exists. That's how we know that there's certain cancers on the rise based on those ICD codes. That's how we know about heart attacks. Any number of health conditions are traced by these billing codes. In an article called from the Daily Caller, some of you might not like that, but here's how the medical industry is keeping detransitioners from getting crucial care. Reads, furthermore, data collection about the healthcare needs of detransitioners is severely impaired because there are no diagnostic or procedural medical billing codes to describe them or their care. So if there are no billing codes, these people do not exist. A recent JAMA study used ICD codes to illustrate a sharp increase in sex reassignment surgery between 2016 to 2019. The researchers identified the data by locating ICD codes for gender identity disorders. However, one could not replicate a similar search for detransitioners because there are no ICD codes to describe their care. While there are medical billing codes for history of sex reassignment surgery and transsexualism, there are no codes for detransitioners, and physicians treating detransitioners are forced to record medical encounters under billing codes for other diagnoses. Dr. Carrie Mendoza, the director of FAIR in Medicine, told the DCNF that until the needed billing codes are created, researchers lack a reliable way to collect data on the growing cohort of detransitioners. Mendoza says without proper documentation for the growing cohort of new patients, the healthcare system cannot properly document their medical issues, accurately bill for services, or conduct proper research into the best practices for all suffering from gender dysphoria. Members, this should not be a partisan issue. This is human lives that deserve the dignity and the respect to have their health care just the way they received it when they decided to transition. And if those same individuals that use the medical complex to transition and to take the hormones and surgery or what have you, however far they went, that same medical community needs to be there if that individual decided that what they did was a mistake, that they want to go back to where they started from. So I'm asking that the amendment be accepted. And I really do not want to hear that this detransitioners would be covered under any bill, because they are not. And if a provider were to code a detransitioner under another type of code, that's going to be insurance fraud, because you just can't code something that's wrong in order to get paid. So members, I'm pleading with you to vote yes on this amendment and to treat everyone with dignity.
Thank you.
Discussion on the amendment to the amendment. The member from Ramsey, Representative Finke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I recommend a no vote on the amendment to the amendment. Representative Franzen, I thank you for summarizing the argument that I made in committee. I will make the same argument here. Trans people are overwhelmingly bettered by gender-affirming care. It is health care. When we have access to it, our lives improve. 95% of the largest survey of 98,000 trans people found that we are more satisfied with our lives when we have access to health care. To the argument that we just heard, this is actually a new argument that I have not heard before. Up until yesterday, there were so many detransitioners and we were ignoring them. Now there are so few detransitioners that they're getting lost in the medical codes. The data is clear. There are some people who detransition. It is very few. Just last week, we saw this report from England. Many people are probably familiar with it on the other side of the aisle. It studied hormones and puberty blockers, and it found very complicated results. But one of the things it did not find was detransitioners. Statistically insignificant, between 0 and 10 people in that longitudinal study of trans people and their health care, 0 to 10 people detransitioned. We don't even know because they don't even put the number in. They just put an X in the page because it doesn't matter. It's too few to even matter in the study. Detransitioners are real. Their health care is covered. We don't cover people's transition or detransition. We code treatment. We are treating gender dysphoria. If you are detransition, you are being treated for gender dysphoria. We do not need to pretend like this is not already real. Minnesota is leading the way, in fact, and we are the reason the ACA must cover gender-affirming care. We're just closing some gaps. Please vote no against this amendment to the amendment and protect gender-affirming care for everyone.
Further discussion on the amendment to the amendment. The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I would request a roll call on this amendment to the amendment.
Representative New Brindley requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
I just want to address something really quickly. Clearly, we've all acknowledged, it's been acknowledged on both sides, that detransitioning is real. And then it does happen. And while it may be too few to be acknowledged in the study, it is not too few to be acknowledged by me. It is not too few to matter to their families. It is not too few for us to care about and ensure that they are being counted. Because this line of thinking that somehow the number is insignificant, so they shouldn't be counted, that is the data that Representative Franzen just gave us. This is about saying, this is very technical, let's think this through. They are literally saying that because the billing codes don't exist, the data doesn't exist. But the people do exist. So let's make sure this is so easy. Why in the world would we not say that there needs to be a billing code? The only reason to vote no on this is because of blind ideology. It has nothing to do with logic or sense on this one. This one is easy. Members, vote yes.
The member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Franzen and Representative New Brindley. And Representative Finke, I want to say that, I appreciate tonight that you mentioned that you learned something new in the last 24 hours or so as the amendment has been brought forward. And I'm glad that that brings us to a place where we can vote and from an informed perspective tonight to understand that there are people who aren't being served. And That's why it's important to adopt Representative Franson's amendment to the amendment, and why we shouldn't be fearful of that. We should not be fearful about what this would do and the protections that it would provide for others, for people. And we see them. We see them. And if we're going to see them in this body, then we need to vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. England just shut down their clinic for children that did gender affirming care. Shut that down. The Mayo Clinic came out with a study. New Mayo Clinic study finds mild to severe atrophy in testes of boys on puberty blockers, along with cancer. And I would implore you all to read the study from the Mayo Clinic. This is the same Mayo Clinic that told us that we should be wearing masks, and everybody said the Mayo Clinic told us to wear masks. We got to follow the science. Well, now the Mayo Clinic is saying some health concerns on hormone therapy for children. Maybe we should listen to that too. April 4th, this Representative Finke's bill was heard in the Health, Finance, and Policy Committee, where Representative Nadeau had offered an amendment. And Representative Finke's testimony went like this: I am going to ask members to vote against this amendment, and it's not because I don't appreciate the concern that's being brought. Detransition is a real thing. Gender affirming care covers transition. She goes on to say, I am not prone to add comfort language. I had carried a bill last year to remove some comfort language from 1993 at a great personal cost, so I would like to avoid that. The bill covers what we are doing, and I think that's good. This amendment before you is not comfort language. This is real. Representative Finke, you have acknowledged detransitioners are real. Well, if they are real, which we know they are real, then we should treat them the same way that we are treating those who are transitioning. The medical industry needs to be there for them. We're talking about human lives here. Real human lives that deserve dignity and respect as well. Just because they have decided to change their mind does not mean that we can't be there for them. And that's why by passing a bill such as this, an amendment such as this, it sends a signal that we need to create insurance codes. This bill itself doesn't create an insurance code. It sends the message that insurance codes are needed, billing codes are needed, so that the individuals can get the care that they deserve, and we can also track. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and yes, roll call if you have forgotten.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. Will the clerk please call the name of the member who is voting remotely?
Keeler.
Keeler votes no.
Keeler votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment to the amendment is not adopted. To the underlying amendment, the member from Ramsey, Representative Finke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And back to the original amendment, which seeks to ban the access to gender-affirming care for people under 21. I would request members vote no on this bill. Gender-affirming care is health care. If gender-affirming care is health care, then it is not up to us to determine at what age someone should have access to their health care.
We do not do this for other forms of health care. We say families and doctors make decisions that are best for the people that they love, and we leave them to it. What we don't do is say, you can have certain kinds of health care when you reach not adulthood, but age 21, but only some kinds of health care, and other kinds of health care you can access, but this kind you can't, right? We are in charge of our own lives. Our families are in charge of who we are. We make decisions together, and we move forward. Gender-affirming care in Minnesota is not provided without parental consent. Gender-affirming care in Minnesota does not provide surgery to people under 18. Gender-affirming care is health care, and these are decisions that are best made by our families. And just because we are quoting me at length from the Health Committee, I want to refer back to the Health Committee where I said that I decided not to quote the Republican governor of Ohio, Mike DeWine, when he vetoed that state's ban on gender-affirming care for minors. But I decided tonight that I would read from his veto letter. Again, this is Mike DeWine, the Republican governor of Ohio. When he had a ban on gender-affirming care for minors at his desk, he said, quote, "These tough decisions should not be made by the government. They should be made by the people who love these kids most, and that is parents. Parents who have raised their children, the parents who have seen their children go through agony, the parents who worry about that child every single day of their life. That's who should be making these decisions. Not the government, not us, not anyone else, families and their doctors." Vote no.
Discussion. The member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And luckily, this amendment is not about banning gender-affirming care. You know, Minnesota has a long history of protecting children, and that's what this amendment tries to do. We don't let children smoke before they're 21. We don't let them drive before they're 16. They need to be 18 before they can get a tattoo. And even this underlying bill includes a provision that prohibits anyone from under 21 years of age from purchasing aerosol dusters. This is what we do. We protect kids. And let's not even talk about the flavor ban. You know, Minnesota used to have this strong history of reviewing and evaluating medical treatments, policies, and finding that balance that provided reasonable access and a standard of care with appropriate guardrails. Gender-affirming care is an affirming model. This is different. It's an affirming model of trans health care that's based on a declaration from someone that they're transgender. It's argued that psychotherapy may or may not be necessary because kids, in this case, know who they are, and that's the affirming protocol. This underlying bill has few guardrails, and it has zero restrictions. And this amendment merely reserves the medical and surgical components to adults, to people over 21 years of age. The fewer safeguards that we put in place, the less we talk to kids about their feelings, their motives, the higher rates of regret are out there. May 10th, 2022, it was the first detransitioner lawsuit that was filed. They've continued to grow, almost all alleging a breach of the standard of care. Children's Hospital in Colorado no longer provides gender-affirming care. Washington University in St. Louis. I'm not arguing against gender-affirming care. I think it's important. The amendment that Representative New Brindley is bringing
is basically protecting children, making sure that they're able to make those decisions. A course, the full course of medical transition, even if it's just hormonal, will affect children and adolescents for the rest of their lives. This amendment provides those safeguards because this new affirming model of care provides no second guessing of a child's stated identity. If children knew what they wanted to be at age 6 or 8 or 10, we'd have a world that's full of doctors and presidents and race car drivers and cowboys. And that's not health. That is not a standard of care. So without reasonable guardrails, Minnesota will truly be the outlier in this area of medicine. So I recommend that we vote green on this. We protect Minnesota's children. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I don't know, well, actually, I do know that when the Ohio governor vetoed, he didn't have the information and knowledge from the Mayo study, which indicated lifelong and possible major health concerns for some of the treatments. I'm not sure if he knew about the study, the longitudinal, 15-year longitudinal study in the Netherlands with thousands of children, they're age 11 through the mid-20s. And the vast majority that had, during the early years, gender dysphoria, gender confusion, didn't when they reached the 20s. Some did. The difference between the two sides of the argument is I hear a lot of just saying gender-affirming care from one side. From the other side, and from the amendment, I hear adolescent and children. Frankly, most of Europe was ahead of us. And they seem to be ahead of us now with multiple nations. Now that they've got many years of information, deciding that there are issues and risks of making permanent changes before adolescence and adulthood. And I hear a lot of, well, the vast majority of people that transition don't detransition. Well, all of the studies that I'm hearing that from are dominated by the fact that the vast majority of transitions happen after they're already through adolescence, because many years you've been able to receive that. It hasn't been quite as long for children. I hear parents' rights. I didn't hear parents' rights when we said, talked against taking away the parents' rights if they decided it wasn't time or right, or they wanted a different treatment than gender transitioning for a prepubescent, adolescent, young children. Because a lot of parents realize that kids develop and they try different things and they look, but oftentimes they go through many transitions in their life. When I was in college, I noticed a lot of people that experimented and tried different things, and they made major life decisions. But they were adults. We don't have time to go through every single thing that children are not allowed to do, by their own choice that's restricted because our society and many societies protect children. The adults protect children. And this amendment is meant to protect children and not make a permanent change before they're adults. When they're bringing up examples of facilities that stopped doing transition care, children's hospitals, and et cetera, the commonality is children. So, you know, if we can't allow them so many different things, but it's fine to make a permanent change before they're adults. And the people listening, I don't understand why we don't have a common logic when it comes to protecting children. But I'm going to vote green. I wish that it passed, but hey, I put the lifelong best welfare of the children, you know, above a life-changing thing done, you know, even before their adolescence, before they're in puberty. So, vote green.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Curran.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm wondering if Representative Finke might yield for a question.
She will yield. Representative Curran.
Thank you. Representative Finke, could you remind us when a child might be seeking gender-affirming care, who makes that decision?
Representative Finke.
Thank you, Representative Curran. Yes, gender-affirming care for minors has been available for decades, and it is parents' decisions whether or not to pursue gender-affirming care.
Representative Curran.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Representative Finke. I think it's clear here that, you know, we are saying that parents are responsible to make decisions for their own children, and of course we all know that a parent's #1 priority is to protect their children. And part of protecting children who are going through, you know, who might need gender-affirming care or having a situation that involves gender identity, we know that those kids have higher rates of suicidality. We know that kids experience higher rates of depression, and lack of care, lack of ability to become who they are only increases the likelihood that kids may not live to see adulthood. And so for that very reason, I would say that I encourage a no vote on this amendment because limiting the care that kids need, specifically when it comes to gender-affirming care, only increases the chances that they will not reach adulthood.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have to address about the parents portion of it. Last year we passed a bill out of here that if a child was not getting the support they wanted from their parent, they could leave or be kidnapped from that state and move to Minnesota for gender-affirming care. If a child is not getting quote-unquote affirmed by their parents, they can still get the care done. Parents don't have a say in this at all. I find that really hilarious and a lie. I can't believe we're being gaslit here. As far as the suicide and that stuff, that's emotional abuse. That's emotional abuse. If you don't do this, if you don't allow your child to do this, your child may end up killing themselves. That's how these medical professionals, it's all about the money, order to trick the parents and the child into lifelong irreversible damage. I used to believe that I was born in the wrong body. And the adults in my life whom I trusted affirmed my belief, and this caused me lifelong irreversible harm.
I speak to you today as a victim of one of the biggest medical scandals in the history of the United States of America. I speak to you in the hope that you will have the courage to bring the scandal to an end and ensure that other vulnerable teenagers, children, and young adults don't go through what I went through. That was Chloe Cole at Congress when she spoke last year. Chloe was born July 27th, 2004. She began transitioning at the age of 12 and detransitioned at 17 after having undergone treatment which included puberty blockers, testosterone, and a double mastectomy. Between 12 and 17 years old. Is healthcare really healthcare if you're having a mastectomy before you're 21 years of age? Is healthcare really healthcare if you're being chemically castrated? Is healthcare really healthcare if you could get cancer? I can tell none of you over there have even read the Mayo study. The authors presented a case of a 12-year-old patient who underwent treatment with puberty blockers for 14 months. In this individual, 59% of the sex glands showed complete atrophy, along with the presence of microtheliasis, a condition where small clusters of calcium form in the testicles. The insight suggests that puberty blockers could lead to lasting structural changes. Additional research has shown a link between testicular microtheliasis, whatever that, and testicular cancer. Is that healthcare? Is that the healthcare you want to put on minors? Do you think minors have the ability to comprehend the fact that they're going to get cancer? That they're being chemically castrated? We're not saying you can't do it, but at least be an adult when you're making those decisions. This body used to protect children.
Further discussion to the A14 amendment. Representative New Brindley, are you seeking recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before we go on, I'd like to request a roll call on this vote, please.
Representative New Brindley requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to address a couple of things, and several things have been addressed, and I appreciate that. I would just say I'm glad that the letter from Governor DeWine was read and really focused on parents and the requirement of parents. I would remind folks of the language, and Representative Franson talked about it. I would remind folks of the language that was passed out of this body just last year. That literally says that if a parent or guardian that parents, it literally says parents and guardians actually do not have the authority. In fact, it says the opposite. That if in another state a child is removed because a parent or guardian did allow gender-affirming care, that must not be enforced in this state. It's the exact opposite of what we were just told. And I don't know why there's this effort to say that parents get to choose, because they don't. Under the law in Minnesota, they do not get to choose. And frankly, I'll be honest, and I've said this before, I don't necessarily think parents should choose. I've had to do a lot of soul searching the last few years on what I think our highest moral obligation is. And for me, that means it's not always about parents choosing. On the conversion therapy bill last year, for me, that was not about parents choosing. My belief is that that should not be done to children, regardless of what the parents choose. And my belief, and frankly the belief of the vast majority of Minnesotans, is that adults should not condone medical transition of children, regardless of what the parents say. The vast majority of Minnesotans believe, as do I, that it is our job as responsible adults to protect children at all costs. That is our very highest moral obligation. And while we want to tell parents about the suicidality and depression of their kids, we don't want to tell them that that exists after we do these things to their children. Along with all of the other permanent, irreversible changes we are allowing to happen to kids. Members, you have a choice. And I know that it's not just this side of the aisle that thinks that doing this to kids is a bad idea. But don't you dare go back to your districts and say, I didn't have a choice. I had to do it. Because you do have a choice. You do have a choice. And the decisions we make in this chamber should always be to protect children. Every time. Members, vote yes on the amendment.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Finke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to respond to all of the things that we have heard here tonight about gender-affirming care. I just wanted to take a moment to let people know that gender-affirming care is health care. Gender-affirming care is not akin to smoking. It is not akin to getting a tattoo. It is not akin to anything. Being a transgender person doesn't have anything to do with being a kid who wants to grow up to be the president. It doesn't have anything to do with things that you might experiment with in college. It doesn't have anything to do with whether or not you may have anxiety or depression as an adult. Being a transgender person is just being a part of the human experience. Trans people have always existed. Trans people will always exist. This is irrefutable, undeniable. Gender-affirming care is a part of our healthcare landscape, and it has been for decades. We are having conversations for the first time as people learn about something they maybe didn't know existed before and have discovered. But I just want to make sure that you know that we don't act like we're not real, and we don't debate the idea that trans people deserve to be loved and receive the health care that their parents approve of. This is, you want to make the choice easy, the choice is easy. We are here, we are trans. There is health care that helps us thrive, and people should have access to it. So vote against the amendment, vote for the bill, vote for people to be able to just live. That's all. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Will the clerk please call the name of the member who's voting remotely?
Keeler.
Keeler votes no.
Keeler votes no.
The clerk will close the roll.
There being 62 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File Number 4097, as amended.
Third reading as amended. Discussion to the bill. I won't always see a nod or a wave, so if you want to be recognized and I haven't seen you, please stand up, and even then, maybe wave your arms because it's getting late. The member from Morrison, Representative Schultz. Okay. The member from Anoka, Representative Niska. The member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
The peanut M&Ms are good over here. Thank you, Madam Speaker. While the minority leader is looking, this underlying bill has several concerning provisions, and I just want to mention for one provision related to net neutrality. And before I go further in discussion, I wanted to see if Representative Kraft would yield.
I'm sorry, did you ask somebody to yield?
Yes, Representative Kraft. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Kraft. Representative Schultz, he will yield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Kraft, do we have instances of people in Minnesota being negatively impacted because net neutrality is not the law of the land in Minnesota?
Representative Kraft.
Madam Speaker, Representative Schultz, I went through this in committee. I'd have to go through my notes, but several years ago there were instances of AT&T and Sprint doing things that would have negatively impacted people around the country. So I imagine, yes, there were folks in Minnesota that were negatively impacted.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The facts of the matter are that when this bill moved through the committee process, there were no examples in Minnesota where any business has throttled the service to residents and to ratepayers across this state. And so right now we have a piece of legislation called net neutrality that is going to hamper businesses seeking to provide a quality service to Minnesota consumers. And I'm concerned that this provision, especially if it stood on its own, especially if it was only a Minnesota way about going about this, would add to the costs and the fees that Minnesotans would have to pay. And we already know that the bills that have passed this body in 2023 and 2024 are incredibly irresponsible and exceedingly unaffordable for Minnesotans. And now we're trying to add more regulation to something super important for people, their access to the internet. And we're doing that, which is going to result in higher costs for Minnesotans to access the internet because of additional regulations, more burdensome regulations, when Minnesotans have not been negatively impacted by the way that the internet is currently regulated. So this is unnecessary language. And if it stood on its own, it would be a complete outlier to the rest of the nation. And that's not a good way to set up our policy. In addition, the FCC is currently taking action on this and plans to make a decision in April. So I'm glad and I'm grateful that Representative Kraft supported my amendment in committee to ensure that this doesn't go into effect until January 1st of 2025. However, members, this is an irresponsible and unaffordable policy if it were to stand on its own. And that is why it shouldn't be included in this bill.
The member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and members, for a robust discussion tonight on various topics in the Commerce Policy Bill. There is a lot of work that still needs to be done on this particular piece of legislation. And I have no idea
who the conferees are going to be on this particular conference committee. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my my wish list for Minnesota together as to what needs to be worked on here. Homework assignments for those who are going to be on that conference committee. First and foremost, I'd like to go back to the telecom bill. I'm not going to ask anyone to yield on this. I'm just going to, again, if you will, hand out assignments on things that really need to be addressed that Minnesotans will have some concern on. One of the provisions that we didn't talk about, the telecom or steal your phone company, is there's also a $25 fee or charge in this bill that if someone who needs to be able to have access to their phone because of medical condition and the like calls for service and the phone company does not show up, they owe the customer an automatic $25 credit on their bill. The part that I find interesting in this piece of legislation are the same things I raised in committee, which were there are no explanations in here or how to address if the person responding to do the repairs felt the environment was unsafe. Perhaps there were animals that were out in the yard or out on the premises that the individual didn't feel their safety was being preserved. Does that constitute a $25 credit? Does that constitute a $25 credit on the bill as well? I think we really need to address what kinds of conditions result in that $25 credit. We also have language in here, thankfully, that the 8% franchise fee or tax was taken out of this bill. As relates to debt collectors, right, as it relates to debt collectors on this, I hope we can get some work done on this $4,000 to $5,000 in an account. You will not be able to garnish if you were someone owed money or were under debt collection if you had a bank account that had less than $5,000 in that account. This can become a shell game where you can be moving things around constantly and avoid paying debt. So I hope that gets addressed and resolved. There are some other provisions in the bill that I have some concerns about. It relates to the contract for deed language. Worked very closely with folks and stakeholders on this. The part that I find interesting on this is we really haven't protected contractor builders, home providers, those who are building a new housing stock for us here in the state of Minnesota. Some work needs to be done to be able to make sure those folks are properly treated under this bill as well. And so to wrap on some other provisions that I think are good provisions that we can all agree on. I like the idea of the kiosk notice, particularly when we're talking about Bitcoin. We're moving in the right direction. A lot of people don't know what Bitcoin is and that it's very volatile as a cyber currency and what that does. Everyone also wants to protect our children and others who are vulnerable, so I appreciate the work on the social media aspect. And there were some very good non-controversial provisions that made this bill through work with the department and with other stakeholders. And so, again, this is a homework list that still needs to be done. And members, I would encourage a no vote tonight on this bill, and hopefully we can get this into conference committee with our Senate counterparts and get a bill that is actually going to be workable and is good for Minnesotans. Members, vote no. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Anoka, Representative Stephenson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. I will be brief since the hour is late and just say thank you to all the members who have provisions in this bill for your excellent work from both sides of the aisle. Thanks for the discussion tonight. Thanks to all the members of the committee, regardless if they have something in the bill. I appreciate that. We have a finance bill coming, so I won't go through all of the staff, but I do want to take a moment just to say that we have truly excellent staff, both partisan and nonpartisan here, without whom we would be completely lost, and I am always grateful to them. And with that, members, I'd ask for a yes vote on the bill tonight.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. Members, please vote.
Members, please vote. Will the clerk please call the name of the member who is voting remotely?
Keeler.
Keeler votes aye.
Keeler votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 61 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. Reports of standing committees and divisions. A copy of this order of business is online. If there is no objection, the reports will be adopted. Hearing no objection, the reports are adopted. Messages from the Senate.
A message from the Senate, Madam Speaker. I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file. Herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendments the concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File Number 4024, an act relating to higher education. The message is signed Thomas S. Bodden, Secretary of the Senate. Pawlowski moves that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments to House File Number 4024, that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 3 members of the House, and that the House requests that a like committee be appointed by the Senate to confer on the disagreeing votes of the 2 houses.
Members, please take your conversations off of the House floor. The member from Winona, Representative Pawlowski.
Madam Speaker, the Senate has made some very curious additions to this bill, and I'm requesting a conference committee.
All those in favor of the Pawlowski motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. Announcements by the Speaker.
Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announces the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on House File Number 4024. Pawlowski, Wolgamott, and McDonald. Announcement by the Speaker. A message from the Senate has been received requesting concurrence by the House to amendments adopted by the Senate to the following House File. House File Number 3071.
Motions and resolutions. There's a copy of the non-controversial motions at the House desk and online. There is no objection. We'll take action on these motions first. Hearing no objection, the motions prevail. Announcements.
Announcement.
The member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A quick announcement tonight. Well, the week has finally arrived. It is the Ranger Party on Wednesday night. I wanted to make sure to formally invite everyone again to come and join your fellow Rangers for a night at Mancini's from 5 to 7 for some live music and a good time. So hope to see you all there with your staff. It's going to be a great night. Look forward to seeing everybody.
Further announcements. The member from Anoka, Representative Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker and members, on Wednesday, thousands of veterans will be descending on the Capitol for the Veterans Day on the Hill. They're coming from all corners of the state. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the Armory, just down the hill, will be open for coffee and donuts. And at 11:30, they'll have lunch. And then at 1 o'clock, they'll be marching up to the Capitol, to the Rotunda, for our annual meeting. Thank you.
Date and time for the donuts? What was that? 8, 9, 10. That's a good time for donuts. Further announcements. They heard about my morning problems, right? Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 3:30 p.m. Thursday, April 18th, 2024.
Representative Long moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 3:30 p.m. Thursday, April 18th, 2024. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Long moves that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The House stands adjourned until 3:30 p.m. Thursday, April 18th, 2024.